Call the meeting to order. Mr. Sebula will lead us in prayer, and Mr. Benton on the pledge.
Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, bless those who are gathered here today to offer their thoughts and ideas for the good of our community. A special thank you goes out to all of our veterans and their service in preservation of our right to vote. We also ask that you grant all our citizens peace, prosperity, and well-being in their lives. Please instill in this body the integrity, perseverance, and wisdom to effectively govern Spotsylvania County. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. First item is, as usual, your consent agenda. Have the floor computer, please. Items on today's consent agenda are as follows. The approval of board minutes for meetings April 5th, 7th, and 12th of 2016. Resolutions for appropriations of the FY17 adopted budget as adopted at the April 12th board meeting. A note in connection with this item, board members, that the item as presented would continue if approved in its form. Categorical appropriation to the school division. There is in the agenda packet an alternate resolutions that would not continue categorical appropriation. So if your pleasure is to discontinue categorical appropriation, the correct procedure would be to remove this item from the consent agenda for discussion and take up the alternate set of resolutions. Next is a budget adjustment and appropriation for the Nye River Park proffer. It's a $15,000 in proffer funding, and this is for project design that is included in your adopted CIP. Next is a budget adjustment for the fiscal year 14 Assistance to Firefighters Grant Award for $239,213. This is expended with a local match of $23,921. This purchases turnout gear, I believe, and a total cost of $263,134. Next is a budget amendment for the added FY 2016 revenue generated from the adopted 85-cent real estate tax rate. It adds a one-time $1.3 million to the budget and reduces the general fund balance use by that amount. That is, we had budgeted use of general fund balance for specific purposes, and that is reduced. Item 7 is a contract modification to Carousel Industries for 911 Center phone system. These are additional software licenses and hardware for $112,540.35. 8 is the approval of contract modification number 2 to the James River Solutions for delivered fuels. This is paid for through funds available for various department users, and this is a second renewal of a multi-year contract. Item 9 is a grant award acceptance for the FY16 Virginia Tourism Corporation Marketing Leverage Program. $5,000 is awarded, and there is local match from 2 local partners and from the tourism department budget. Item 10 is a grant application request for the FY16 Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program for the Sheriff's Office. This will purchase 75 new bulletproof vests. Item 11 is to approve 6 contracts for multiple firms to provide protective ensemble for structural firefighting. This is the turnout gear. And items 12 through 17, you'll see are approvals of contracts for professional engineering firms. These are all firms that we hold on retainer. They were selected pursuant to an RFP process. There were 22 proposals received. A selection committee recommended 11 of the 22 for the award of engineering contracts for various specialized types of engineering services, and these are on a work order basis. The firms selected are Hazen and Sawyer PC, Stantec Consulting Services, Inc., Welford Engineering Associates, Inc., Sullivan Donahoe and Ingalls PC, Whitman Urquhart and Associates, LLP, and O'Brien and Gear Engineers, Inc. Next, item 18 is FREM Station 5 Security Video Memorandum of Understanding. It's a limited camera video system, security system for Station 5, requested by the board to be placed on this consent agenda. Item 19, mid-year adjustment for FY16 revenues. These are reflecting adjusted revenue projections as reported to the board at your meeting on March 31st. Item 20 is reappointment of Debbie Williams to the Agricultural Forestal District and Purchase of Development Rights Review Committee for a term that expires December 31 of 2019. Item 21 is Spotsylvania Parkway street acceptance by VDOT into the state secondary road system. This is the section of Spotsylvania Parkway between Route 1 and going up the hill to the bridge on I-95. VDOT will, following this resolution, assume maintenance responsibilities for that segment of Spotsylvania Parkway. And item 22 is the appointment of James R. Shaw to the Germanna Community College Board for a term that expires June 30th of 2020. This item was requested to be placed on the agenda by Supervisor Ross at your last meeting. And that is your consent agenda for today.
Are there any items that a member would like to pull?
Mr. Chairman, would
Mr.
like
Trampy?
to pull number 3.
Number 3, Mr. Yakubowski.
Number 22.
Number 22, Mr. Benton.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the MOU for Station 5, the video.
And that's number 18. Mr. Ross.
I'd like to pull number 4, please.
Number 4. Any others? Mr. Taylor, did you get all those?
I have Dr. Trampy pulling number 3, Mr. Yakubowski pulling number 22, Mr. Benton pulling number 18, and Mr. Ross pulling number 4.
Okay, do we have a motion on the remainder of the consent agenda? Call the question.
Seven, yes.
Number 3, which, let's see.
Number 3
Mr.
is
Trampy.
the item on appropriations for the FY17 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 4 years ago, I was one of the members who voted in favor of categorical funding for the schools, and my concern was that in previous years, money had been moved out of instruction to other categories. Now, Dr. Redinger had just started as superintendent, so she was not responsible for what had happened in the past, but she was also brand new. We didn't know her. And a year later, Dr. Baker was brand new, and we didn't know him. But over the last 4 years, I think both superintendents and the school board have made a concerted effort to do just the opposite, to move money into instruction, into the classroom. In other words, my original reason for voting for categorical funding no longer exists. Now, if they were to suddenly reverse themselves and start taking money out of the classroom, we could always put it back next year, although I don't expect that to happen. But with that, I will move that we adopt the resolution without categorical funding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any comments? Mr. Skinner.
I think Mr. Trampy hit it right in the button, and I think the schools have shown over the last few years that they're very well, and being able to move this money also saves money, and able to do things for the schools in there. So I would second that motion very much, and thank Mr. Trampy for bringing it up.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ross.
I just have a question. How does it save money?
Well, if I remember right, we were able to put certain funds And I'll tell you what, is
I think,
she here? Would you come up, please? Thank you.
is this a, without objection?
Oh,
Type.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Without objection, I'd like to bring up LaShawn, and she can probably explain it better than I can.
Okay. It's going to cost you twice as much now, so maybe.
Okay. Thank you, LaShawn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
When you look at cost, the first thing that comes to mind is two things. Number one, the time length and the steps involved. So you do save money. When the school board has to approve a budget, 4 steps. When you have to go through categories, 8 steps. Time is money. So it does save money.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Ross.
I mean, could we get more specific, like how much money? I mean, I'm not exactly sure I'm equating what happens with 8 steps. I know that we have never disapproved a categorical funding change since we've been here, so I'm just not following how much time it does take, and if that means overtime is being paid, or how that equates. I'm just not understanding what kind of cost that we're saving still.
When you're just looking at all of the time for the different staff. So for example, I want to say back in 2015, we had maybe 9 categorical transfers. If we had to just send that through 4 steps versus 8 steps, and you look at the hourly rate of all employees, we would have spent $13,000 more because it was category.
I guess my question is, are those salaried employees or are they hourly employees that you're referring
It's
to?
a combination. So in essence, what has happened, because those employees were working on those categorical transfers, there were other duties that they could have been doing that they were not.
You don't have an exact dollar amount of what this costs you tonight, do you?
When I did the analysis in FY 2015 for those non-categorical transfers, the cost associated with that was $13,000.
And
So-
is that just the hourly employees that you're referring to in that figure, or do you have that broken down that you could provide to us tonight?
When you look at the hourly, that was a small portion of it because you're looking at accounts payable. Most of it is salaries. So you're really looking at cost avoidance. You're looking at these employees, they could have been working on other projects.
So no overtime was paid, but they could have been doing something else?
That is correct.
Okay.
So the only way I can put a cost to it was to look at their hourly rates and the amount of hours.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Yakubowski.
Not a question, a comment. Thank you, Mr. Trampy, for bringing this up. I think that this is something that is long overdue. I think that the working relationship that this board has with the school board is light years ahead of what has been occurring in the past. And during years ago with a different superintendent, things that were done just simply do not happen now. And so I think that this is a trust issue also, that we can show that we are truly partners with the school board and working together with them and not second-guessing every step that they take, but understanding that they are elected officials that are responsible to their own constituents like we are, and working with them to make sure that our school system is the strongest one possible, and that we are as good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars as possible. So thank you, Mr. Trampy.
Mr. Benton?
I'll just say, if we wanted to trim it down, wouldn't mind trimming down the categories, but I'd say, in just Greg's opinion, I'd like to see something in this either reoccurring debt type fund and then, fixed one-time use type funds. That way they can use the reoccurring for whatever they need and the one-time for whatever they need, but there's specific things for each that would be taken for.
Well, just to clarify, Sean, would you mind explaining what the categorical funds are? I know you weren't part of the earlier discussions on this. You might be able to clarify what categories we're talking about.
You have several of them. You have instruction, you have administration, transportation, maintenance, technology, debt service, and you have CIP.
So, like the CIP, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. The CIP, that's just one-time use, right? Monies?
For the most part. You have one-time use for each of those years. But then in the following year, you'll use it for something else.
So to clarify, I'm going to make sure that, so is that regardless of whether it's one-time or recurring money, it could be in that same category. Right. The whole idea behind the categorical funding was some of the previous school administrations would move money out of administration to other funds and then come back and say there's not enough money for teachers or pay raises. Right. So this was a restriction put on the school board 4 years ago to at least keep the funds within the category they were originally requested. So since then, any time funds needed to be moved, the school board would come to the board and request that to be moved in the funds. So it really has no, it doesn't, whether it's one-time or recurring, it's not really applicable to this categorical funding.
Right.
Did it?
That's my main concern, is that there are one-time funds given to the schools aren't used for reoccurring debt. That's my biggest concern.
And the other two funds are food service and fleet service.
Okay, thank you.
I think Greg's got something.
Okay, I've got 3 in a row here. Greg? Mr. Spilo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not being on the board at the time this happened, I was on the Citizens Budget Review Committee and chairman, and we certainly concurred with Mr. Trampy's move at that time, and because of the relationship that has developed subsequent to that, I certainly can support the removal of the categorical funding, knowing always that if a need arises in the future, we can always go back to it. Thank you.
Mr. Ross?
I just want to make a point. To me, it's not a matter of trust, because we obviously have that, but it's more of a matter of transparency. And so we had a time when this wasn't required and it got abused, and we don't know who's going to be on the school board in 2017. The entire membership majority could change. We don't know who's going to be on our board in 2017. So by making it transparent, and I'm not sure, I still don't understand the cost, because we're not asking for much. It's just, and every time that, since I've been on the board, that we have had a request to move from one category to another, we've bent over backwards, and I think you've always got a unanimous 7-0 agreement on it, but it makes it transparent to not only the Board of Supervisors, but also the people that elected the school board and the people that elected us to Spotsylvania County. So I still don't see what harm it is in keeping it. Maybe if I better understood the cost, but I don't want like an immaculate brief. But I think it's nice when a forecast doesn't pan out as first set at the beginning of the school year to kind of, it might help your staff, the school board staff, understand better what happened. Our forecast was off, and that happens. I mean, we should expect it. It is a forecast, but at least it helps everybody understand what happened and maybe make corrections for a better forecast the following year. So again, it's not a matter of trust with me, it's more of accountability. And I'm sorry if that costs a lot of money and time. It shouldn't. I still don't see it. It should be as simple as like, well, we just ran out of money in our transportation fund because gas prices went up, and so we need to move more money over there for whatever reason. And it's about as simple as that. So thank you.
Mr. Skinner?
I think Mr. Ross did say what I was going to say, and that is every time that we've come, the schools come to us, we've always approved their transfer. And we've got to look at each elected official in the school board has responsibilities given by the state, and I think it still will be transparent whether it comes through us or through the school. And you know what? Maybe it's something that the schools would consider, just a friendly, between chairman and chairman. I know that when I was on the school board and Mr. Connors was the chair here, that's what our communications between the two boards would work at, and possibly the chairs get together, and when something's happening in the school board that we might at least want to know about, they should possibly let us know. And not to tell them what to do, but just to let them know and advise us so that it does stay transparent to everybody in the county. But I don't see whether we approving it or they're approving it and they're doing it, it still should be transparent to the county. So I certainly do support this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or questions? So we have a motion and a second, so call the question.
There we go. Need one vote. Check your vote. It's
Mark,
you.
don't publish yet. Mr. Chairman, members of
I'm
the
sorry,
board,
I'm sorry, excuse me.
I'm just comparing the two versions of the resolution that are in your notebook and seeing that we may be missing the word facilities after the colon at the word School Capital Projects Fund. This is a fund, not a category. Categories are subsets of funds. But in the word processing, at least that's in front of me, on the alternate form, you'll see it, School Capital Projects Fund has a colon and nothing following it. I think the word facilities needs to be following that. Yes. The colon needs to go, okay, so that's the correction.
Yes,
All right,
that's the correction.
excuse me. In that case,
Do you want to
without
zero that?
objection, the vote should be on the form of the resolution without
start
the
it.
colon.
Mr. Skinner, would you like to, who made the motion? Oh, Mr. Trampy, would you like to amend your motion?
Move to adopt the resolution with that typo change.
Okay. All right, call the question.
Five yes, with Mr. Ross and Mr. Benton voting no.
The next pulled item was item number 22, which is the appointment of James R. Shaw to the Germanna Community College Board.
We're going to go in order.
I didn't know whether the preference was in order on the agenda or in the order in which they were pulled, but we can certainly go to number 4, which is the budget adjustment appropriation for the Nye River Park proffer.
I just had a question on this, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ross, yeah.
That is, I would really like to see a swimming pool as part of this plan in Spotsylvania County, and I don't know if that already is going forward in the planning process, but, you know, we have one public swimming pool in Spotsy. We have a population of about over 125,000 people, and we've been served well by L'Orealla, but I would like to see another public swimming pool at least in the plan for the park, and maybe a
outdoor?
sports complex out there as well, but.
Outdoor, indoor?
What's that?
Outdoor or indoor?
Well, ideally, and this is just in my mind, it would be both. For instance, I think it's Woodlands Pool up in Stafford County has a bubble that goes over it in the wintertime. And in the summertime, they take the bubble off. So if we could look at those options, I'd be grateful. That's all I have, and motion to approve.
I do. Can you go a little bit more detail once again, Mr. Taylor, on the appropriation for Nye River Park proffer, where that,
That was for a MOLCO project, Retreat of Chancellorsville. It was actually before my time, so it's been a number of years.
yeah. So what is this, I guess,
This was proffered for that area. It wasn't actually built adjoining or anything like that. This is a property that's right beside Nye River Middle School. Conceptual plan, just the beginning stages of that. $15,000 is not a tremendous amount of money for that start. But if we didn't spend it by the end of June, it reverts back to the state.
well, I do want to support Mr. Ross in that we do need some type of public pool that has an indoor capability during the wintertime. I think that's one of the things that we are lacking. I know L'Oreal Park, it does a great job, but I do think that an indoor pool somewhere would be important for us because, number one, you think about If you go to Stafford, or you go even up to Manassas, they got a great indoor park there, and there's a tremendous amount of activity from outside the county that comes there, which also means some type of revenue coming in for lunch and dinner, and because I know when my son swam many years ago, that it cost me quite a little bit to go up there and breakfast, lunch, and even when we went further away, we'd spend the night. So I think this is a good opportunity to at least start planning it, and that's what this 15,000 would be used for.
With a conceptual
sir.
plan for that park,
Yes.
yes, sir.
Yeah, so, and I would like to see possibly a pool, and then what are our options and the cost of those options for putting a roof over it and something of that nature too. And because I truly believe that we got to start looking at other revenues and bringing people for the weekend into the county, or even weekdays in the evenings. But we certainly do need something like that, so please look into that, and I do support that.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Ross?
If I may add on to that, a lot of these swimming meets, you actually stay overnight, Friday, Saturday to Sunday, so that would bring in, but also Riverbend High School rents their lanes currently from St. Michael's High School. I think Chancellor High School does as well, and the lanes that are available, these young ladies and men that we have swimming for our teams get out of swim practice at 11 o'clock because they can't rent those lanes until late at night as well. So now you've got hardworking students that are studying hard and getting to bed at 11 o'clock at night because that's the only time they can swim, plus the expense the county has to rent the lanes. So I think it's a great idea.
Any other comments? So there was a motion to approve. Call the question.
Seven yes.
Thank you. The next then is item 18, pulled by Mr. Benton. That is the FREM Station 5 Security Video System Memorandum of Understanding.
Mr. Benton?
Sure. I'd just like to say, I'd still implore the board to please, we want to put the cameras in, that's fine, but let them be exterior. If they want to watch the parking lots, let them watch the parking lots. Let them watch every entry door there is. But with the medication protocols that we have now, we have had no issues for several years. There's no need to have those video cameras inside. Again, when you're spending the nights there and stuff, it's your home. And I just would ask that we amend that MOU to exterior only. And I'd like to make a motion for that.
Any other comments on the motion or on the MOU? Mr. Skinner?
On the MOU, this was interior, but we had specifics where they would not be. So the whole purpose of this was to really monitor, because we had some drug usage and loss of drugs and stuff of that nature. So I believe the whole purpose was just to monitor this so that if somebody got in there, we could at least review what was going on and stuff of that nature. But none of the personal areas that they deal had cameras in there, right?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
I thought there was hallways and stuff like that were going to be where people walking down to an exterior door, or you're still going to have a percentage of that area seen.
Mr. Cole?
Yeah, just this was the Chief Williford approved this because this was a request of the Chancellor Volunteer Fire and Rescue. They had for years Station 5 was their building, and they had the security cameras in their building. Now this is shifting over to a county facility, and they requested it. And my understanding, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, they're paying for it, but the MOU that's on the agenda just kind of sets forth the agreement between the volunteers and the county as far as allowing the cameras in the county facility.
The understanding is the cameras would only be at the exterior doors, and the only interior ones would actually be in the bay. So as far as living quarters, hallways, day room, and so forth, it would only be the actual bay itself, I guess, focus on the apparatus. That's what I've been told. So.
I just have we ever other than the issues with some medication boxes several years ago, Has there been any issues in the bays that you're aware of
There-
as far
there-
as any other station around?
There have been some thefts of equipment. I can think of one situation in particular at Company 6 where the bay doors were open. Someone came off the street and actually grabbed something off of an engine, and the crew actually were able to tackle them, for lack of a better term. So there are occasional. The biggest reason for having these, though, would be to see who is coming and going. So whether it needs to be modified to a certain portion of the bays, the biggest part is seeing who is coming through those entry and exit ways in case something does disappear.
But wouldn't video at every entrance and exit accommodate that, including the parking lot where you see vehicles driving in, somebody parking a vehicle, somebody getting out, then a video of him walking through the doors,
Right,
or her?
I would think as long as the camera is picking up the, not only the man doors, but also the doors for the apparatus.
Okay.
That's the biggest part, is catching, images of people coming in and out of the station, because if a bay door is open, while we have key fobs that record who comes in and out of the building, if the bay door is open, someone could easily walk in and walk out.
So if we had video on the exterior that showed the entrance into the bays and not the interior of that building, we would still catch somebody walking through a bay, exiting through a bay.
I would think so.
And with 6, the cameras wouldn't have helped anyway because the firefighters there tackled him and held him in custody until law enforcement got there. I would again just make a motion that in this MOU that it be on the exterior. However many cameras they want to put 200, I don't care. But let it be on the exterior of that building.
So you're making a motion for,
A stipulation to the MOU that it's exterior only.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think it would be beneficial if it is the board's desire to have it directed in the MOU to have the cameras in a certain location. Currently, the MOU just doesn't address any of that. It addresses how the county works with that information and imposes requirements to protect the county. If it is the board's desire to make that requirement, I would strongly suggest that you move to direct our office to draft something up and to present that to the volunteer station so we can kind of agree and get that in a form that's acceptable to both parties before coming back, just because it's hard to get down to the language and specifics in this context. I would suggest that.
Mr. Skinner?
Chief, can you tell me, this is all being brought forward by the volunteers, correct? They're the ones that requested to do this. They're just asking us permission. Now, do you know what the feeling is among the volunteers out there? Are these people, I mean, Mr. Bennett has one position, Benton, has one position, but what are the rest of the, I mean, have you seen any resistance to this from the other volunteers?
I would say it's probably mixed.
Okay.
I can't say to one side or the other of the discussion. They have come in handy at Company 5, which is the current Chancellor Volunteer Fire and Rescue building. They actually, I guess last meeting, they brought up the scenario where I think a gas detector fell in the trash can, and they were able to see that. Besides that, I couldn't talk to the feelings of the individuals. It's really all about making sure the building is secure. As far as pointing out where the cameras will be, I think the only concern with that, Chancellor has been very good working with us this entire time, basically responding to any concerns. So I'm sure they would be willing to continue that. I guess the only question is timing with the station that is currently under construction. At what point will this I guess, delay of installation cause a significant price increase or cause complications that way?
Okay,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just, to me, when somebody brings a request to us, I would hope that the volunteers have already discussed it among themselves. We're not going to be 100% people are not going to be 100% in favor of it or against it altogether. There's going to have a few. And I would like to support the volunteers, to be very honest with you, because they do such a great job here. Is there any way, and I know what you're saying, do we know what a delay of 2 weeks would, we have any idea of what that's going to cost? Because I know these things are getting close to completion.
So, Mr. Skinner, I'd like to chime in on a couple things. One, I have gotten some emails from the volunteers that are supportive of it. It has been in the volunteer Chancellor 5 for 8+ years, I understand, and there's been no issues or no incidents. But again, we pay the fire chief a lot of money to make these calls and determine how he wants to run his fire stations. He came online and supported the idea. So I think we need to let the fire chief and the volunteer chief work this out. They've agreed upon this. We just need to this is a thing, all we're here to do is say, we agree that you can place those cameras on a county building. All these buildings have cameras, so the fire station should be no different. So I'm going to support this effort to support the MOU and allow the chief to coordinate this at his level. It doesn't belong at our level.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Benton.
we don't have cameras in all the stations. We don't have cameras at all the
I understand
public
that.
facilities.
This was the
So-
first one that has asked for it to go. I'm just saying, most of the public facilities, including this building, there's cameras on us right now. So all I'm saying is this is the chief's decision, not our decision. We're paying him a lot of money to make these calls, and he's supportive of the camera situation. Let him determine the locations within the stations. And if the follow-on station turns out to be the right idea, we may put cameras in other stations. I don't know that. That hasn't been a request yet. So all I'm saying is I'm going to support the MOU as it stands.
Mr. Chair.
So any other comments before your motion?
I'll ju-
Do you have anything else, Mr. Benton?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Mr. Benton, or Sabula?
Understand your confusion. No, I would just like to say, I'm neither for or against where these cameras are placed, other than in personal areas. But what's before us is an MOU, a memorandum of understanding that delineates that the volunteers can place cameras in the new station. That's all we're at. We're not dealing with where they're to be placed or how many are to be placed or anything else. It's approval of the MOU to allow them to do that. And therefore, in the interest of public safety and security, I would support the motion to approve the MOU.
Mr. Benton?
Again, the chief sat up here and said he was playing in the sandbox with Chancellor to show support and to play nice. And that was, I believe, maybe not verbatim his comments, but at the very start of it, pretty daggone close. And I've definitely heard from folks that are not supportive of it, volunteers included. And I'm just saying, the exterior gets people coming and going regardless. I don't see why putting stuff inside a facility is necessary when you can get the same stuff as far as individuals coming and going in and out of a bay, in and out of a door, parking in a parking space, or anything else with exterior surveillance.
To your motion?
I'd like a motion not to restrict the cameras to the exterior only. This will show everything you need to see. Majority of the equipment that we have on there is going to be bulky. If they do take somebody does take an item, it's going to be a trinket on a wall in some kid's house, more than likely. Like I say, and then with the career staff, more staffing that equipment in there and staying overnights at times.
Right. So, Mr. Benton, not to cut you off, but we're getting the legal shift here. Are you asking just to vote to deny the MOU as written?
No. The issue, legally speaking, is, Mr. Benton, if your desire is to change the MOU to make certain stipulations as to where cameras can be, again, my suggestion would be to direct us to make those changes to come back for the board's consideration. It's just right now to be able to delineate those exact items, without having it before you on paper is very difficult. So that's only a legal suggestion. If you want to move forward and make a contingency, we can try to work with that. But my strong suggestion is to direct or put something before the board for their consideration to direct us to go make certain changes to come back to you. if that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Cole?
Yeah, can I make another suggestion is, I don't think that the two are in conflict. My understanding of the MOU is that it doesn't specify the locations of the cameras. It just says this is how the county will handle the cameras. A separate motion that independent of approval of the MOU to restrict camera placement to only the exterior of the building, I do not think would be in conflict with the approval of the MOU.
And I didn't mean to suggest otherwise. It's certainly not in conflict. It's only a suggestion when dealing with the document. If you want something specifically within the document, to let us draft that for you so everybody understands what it is that's before you. I can certainly work with, stipulations and things like that. It's just a suggestion. It's certainly not a suggestion to say that's in conflict, no.
I don't want to delay their installation of the security cameras and cost more, but I just would like exterior only. I don't know how to say that or direct you. I'd have to make a motion for this board to direct staff to put in the MOU exterior security only.
Well, I think,
I mean, what do you?
I don't think it would need to be in the MOU. I think you could just direct the chief to only allow placement of the cameras on the exterior of the building.
Okay, so motion.
So your motion is to direct the chief to not allow cameras inside fire stations?
Yes, exterior only. Anywhere and everywhere they want to put them on the exterior.
Okay. Mr. Skinner?
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. I think we ought to vote on the MOU first, and then Mr. Benton can make his motion to limit that MOU to only exterior cameras, sir. But I think we should go ahead and vote on the MOU and then have a motion made by you for exterior cameras only. We're putting the
Okay.
Would you like to withdraw your motion?
before the horse.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the MOU.
Okay. Called, any discussion? Call the question.
6 yes, with Mr. Benton voting no.
Okay.
I make a motion that we direct the chief, staff, whoever we need to direct for the cameras to be exterior only, please.
So you're motioning to direct the fire chief that he may not place cameras inside the fire station?
Right. I would just like to see it on the exterior, and like I say, they can put as many as they want on the exterior.
Any questions on that? So the motion is to restrict the chief from placing cameras inside the station?
Correct.
Based on the MOU that was just approved? Okay.
Correct.
All right, call the question.
Two yes, with Mr. Yakubowski, Mr. Sabula, Mr. Ross, Mr. McLaughlin, and Mr. Skinner voting no.
So based on that, the direction would be move forward with MOU, and the chief of both, Chief Williford and volunteer chief will go ahead and coordinate the placement of the cameras.
Mr. Chairman, I think
Skinner.
you brought it out really good. Let the two people that we pay for decide. Talk to the people. They know best what their people are wanting and stuff of that nature, and let them decide. You said it perfectly. Let the people that we pay for this, the two chiefs, get together and with inputs from their people. Simple as that.
Okay. Mr. Taylor?
Last item pulled, Mr. Chairman, is item 22, appointment of James Shaw to the Germanna Community College Board.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Yes, thank you. This appointment is not, does not expire until the end of June. I also have somebody, but was not yet ready to make the appointment. I did see this come in on Monday, and it's my understanding that the parliamentarian has ruled that this is okay to go on the agenda so close to the agenda time. Is that correct?
That was based on the timing. Again, it came in 9 days out, similar to the previous issue that we dealt with at a previous meeting. Mr. Ross's request to have this added to agenda came in 9 days out, so therefore it was proper to have it added to the agenda, regardless of whether it was actually part of that agenda, that published agenda or not, based on that 9-day rule. So that was that was the context. It was dependent on it coming in more than 9 days out.
Okay, no, I would defer to you and your opinion, but I would ask that this be delayed simply to allow me to have this other person submit their resume and put them up for potential appointment. Again, this is a board appointment. This is not an individual district appointment, and it is for 4 years. Thank you.
Any other comments?
That goes to the chair if that's your decision to delay or not, but it's my opinion it's properly on the agenda.
Okay. Mr. Skinner?
I just want to, 4 years ago when we put the person on the board, I had a person that was going on there, but since my person was from my district, I withdrew my my person only so that you could have it, David, because I thought it should be not necessarily a rotation, but offered to other people if I currently had one. So I think what Mr. Yakubowski is asking for is fair to give other members. And I'm sorry I'm saying that right now, but I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that we continue the same process that, okay.
Mr. Ross?
I would just want to make a comment that I believe that the person that's in the position now has resigned. I think that was submitted 2 or 3 months ago. So this position, even though it ends in June, should be listed as vacant. But I don't know if that matters or not. And this person, Reverend James Shaw, is not actually a resident of the Cortland district. I'm not sure what district he lives off of Barclay Court.
Is the position vacant right now?
The summary says that if no action is taken, the position would be vacant.
It's hard to get volunteers these days, but I'll tell you what, I will go ahead, and if we just leave that on and we can look at the resume of Mr. Yakubowski's nominee maybe in 2 weeks.
So you want to table this until the next
Table
meeting, and then
until
we'll
the next meeting,
have an
and,
opportunity to look at both resumes? All
Yes, sir.
I'll
Thank
be
you.
fine with that.
right, so the motion to table,
Mr. Chair, comment?
Mr. Sabula?
I wouldn't want to limit it at this point in time. It appears that we had perhaps a third individual. I wouldn't want to limit it to 2 resumes or applicants.
Next meeting.
Next time.
Correct.
I just want to be specific.
Yeah, whatever resumes you want to bring forward up until the next meeting, we'll consider. Correct.
Thank you.
Motion is to table until the next meeting. Call the question.
Seven yes.
Nobody signed up to speak?
No, sir.
Public presentation time. Is anybody that did not sign up to speak would like to speak? Seeing none, Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, next item, Commissioner of Revenue Debbie Williams is here for presentation as requested. So the board had indicated questions for Ms. Williams concerning personal property and the assessment process, assessment of personal property based on 100% versus 50% of the fair market value of the property, and Ms. Williams is here.
Yes. Good evening. I am here at the request of Supervisor Bennett. I really have no presentation to give you. I'm here to answer your questions, and if I don't have the answers, I will come back to you. It is in state code that we use a recognized guide, which we use NADA to assess the vehicles. The other items, we use a declining scale. And on that declining scale, like for the boats, RVs, campers, motorcycles, we use 50% of cost and data purchase. And we do a declining scale, and we go down to 20%. Currently on vehicles and small trucks, we do 50% of retail value, and then the board sets the tax rate.
So I think the question that's come up a couple of times before, and I think Mr. Benton was going to ask this, not that. I have the same question, that's what I was going to ask you. Why don't we just do 100% a value vice 50%? Because it's confusing to a lot of the constituents out there that get their bills.
I think it is sometimes confusing, but my office would have a harder time explaining the value of 100% on a vehicle, because when people come in and say, my car's not worth 50% of what you have on it, taking it to 100%, it'd be very hard to defend. And I will tell you, it will create more questions for you as board members, because 50% and 100%, even though you might lower the tax rate, we're assessing them at 100% now. We did do a little bit of information. Stafford at the present time uses 40% of average retail. Louisa does 100% at trade-in, and Fredericksburg does 90% of average retail. Fredericksburg's rate is $3.40. Louisa's is $1.90. King George uses 100% of clean trade-in, which is $3.50 is their tax rate. And Stafford's rate is 40% of average retail, and their rate is $6.61.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just brought this up because of the ongoing, they put it in the paper and it seemed like everybody else was assessed at 100%. I don't know where those figures came from, but it seems like I always saw 100% and then us at 50%, but with us, $6 or whatever it was, price tag.
Right.
And everybody focus, they don't put, they put our tax rate on there, but nothing else, and we're standing out at $6 and something, and everybody's else is well below that, and
Well, they're not comparing oranges to oranges.
No, they're not. No, they're
And
not.
I think they play, that game is played all the time.
Right.
With the other things as well.
Okay.
If it's the board's decision, they would like to go with that, I would sort of like to have an idea so that Mr. Pritchett and myself and IS can work on getting this done during the summer months and not wait until the very last minute, because we are working with an older system, which is in the early 90s.
Right.
There are a lot of programs that we do have to check to make sure it touches every phase of the program.
I know I spoke to you briefly about it, and, you said you could do it, but
Yes,
you'd like
sir.
for next year, which I'm totally fine with. From the responses I got from the board, other board members, I thought it was a good idea. But what is your own recommendation? In your own personal opinion?
My own personal opinion, and I have surveyed and asked a lot of people, when they first hear it, sounds great when they hear that rate, maybe $3.31, but then when you tell them that you're going to do it at 100%, they sort of back off of it and say, well, my car's not even worth it, what you got it valued at 50%. So my recommendation is to leave it alone. If you want to give the citizens a tax break, lower the tax rate a little bit more. And the other recommendation I would have is when you set the tax rate next year, is to do it in an even number. It creates rounding problems for us and all. So that's just a request that Larry and I have, and even IS perhaps would have, that you would think about that.
Okay.
But we can do it, but I do think it will create a lot more phone calls and complaints.
Mr. Ross?
So I have a question. So I think I get what you're saying, is that, for instance, let's say I have a 2003 Toyota Tundra that's got a huge dent that my daughter put in it, and just hypothetically, and that it was so expensive to fix, it would be like the value of that truck is maybe $4,800 in my tax assessment, but it's a $4,000 fix, so I probably won't be able to sell it for much more than $800. But I could come to you and say, well, you would basically tell me you're getting 50%, you're only being assessed at 50. But in the end, even if you do 100%, I'm still paying the same if we cut the tax rate in half. If we lower the tax rate, so what do you tell me when I come and say, yeah, but look at that Toyota Tundra, it's in pristine condition and he gets 50% off, the same as me. I understand I should actually get almost 100% off of mine, because
My question to you would be, did your insurance pay to have it fixed? And
no,
if it did,
I would say no, because I don't want my insurance to go up with another teenage driver reported on it. Yeah.
that would be your option then.
Right.
But, we do have people that fix it and some don't. They pocket the money. Some don't call their insurance company. So.
Sure. So, but this isn't an insurance question. This is more of a question because in the end, if we make it 100% assessed value and we lower our tax rate by half, what the citizens paying is the same, but at least they can see that tax rate. And I thought during our budget presentation, we compared our personal property tax rate to those of other local communities, and maybe that was already adjusted. I didn't realize like Stafford used 40%, is that?
40% of retail,
Because
yeah.
that wasn't apparent, but it does take almost a PhD if you're a citizen in Spotsylvania County to compare Spotsy's rate to others without it being presented. It's just very difficult, and I think that's where the board members that are looking at this are coming from, is like, can we compare an apple to an apple without doing a research project? And that's for us, with staff doing it for us, let alone if you're a citizen, you look at it, you're like, well, our rate is higher than Prince William County, but I don't think it is. So, but it is because they must use 100% assessed value.
And I would say, too, that we did do checking, and I don't know if you're interested in just doing 100% on vehicles and small trucks. Are you talking about doing 100% on the other items as well, increasing the declining scale, starting at 100% and going down? Are you going to leave those alone? It's just a whole bunch of questions we have. So I need to know guidance from you, and I can come back with some additional numbers. I have asked Bonnie to assist me if you all want us to go forward with this. And then I do know it's going to be, like I said, some programming changes.
Mr. Benton.
I'll tell you what, as far as my end, I'll make it easy for you. I won't make any motions to change it. I ask that you come here. I'm going to go by your recommendations. But if anybody else wants to make a motion, they can.
Mr. Spula?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I understand it, Debbie, we're using the NADA Blue Book to
No, sir.
value the vehicles?
We do not use the Blue Book.
Okay, what do we use?
I use the NADA recognized guide they produce
Okay.
at the first of the year.
Okay.
And I use that all year long on the vehicles.
Does just for my information, the book, the guide that you're using, does it value the condition of the vehicles?
We're using like clean retail is what we're using.
Okay.
If someone really has a car that is in such really rough shape and they come out and they show it to me, I will consider changing the assessment. But if they say it's been in an accident and just pocket the insurance money, I don't make a change. That's a personal choice they made. And they did have the opportunity to take the vehicle back to the current value.
Right, well, thank you. I wanted the people listening to understand how we do exactly deal with the valuation of the vehicles. And
we do take in consideration the high mileage. That is keeping us extremely busy. We do ask people to report the high mileage to us before the bills are created so we can factor in older vehicles that are much older. Even with the high mileage, it doesn't really affect their assessments. But most of the vehicles, it does helps them some.
thank you so much.
Any other comments? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, next item is on the potential revision to the county's budget stabilization reserve policy. The board had asked this item to be brought back on today's agenda. There is no additional staff presentation. There was a presentation made at your last meeting, and there have been documents loaded in the agenda.
Do you have any comments? Mr. Benton.
You know, we got a lot of pressures with still kind of sort of in the budget platform with this reserve fund that I'm not in favor of getting rid of it right now. We've brought this up fairly quickly. Again, we've got various external pressures to use it up, and then I'm sure if we use it up, there's going to be the remaining portions will be gone also. I would like to make a motion to table this until after the trip to New York by the supervisors that are going this year to the bond rating companies. And maybe they can bring back some more information on the need of this fund or the disposal of it. But I would like to make a motion to table this till at least till after the supervisors going to New York get back. I guess sometime in July.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'd like, go
Mr.
ahead.
Skinner?
No, you,
Anybody else?
go ahead.
Go
You
ahead,
can go
please.
first.
I'll
Mr.
let you go
Yakubowski, you're first.
Age before beauty. That's okay.
That's a tough call right there. Mr. Skinner?
Older than me.
I will
You
make
know
a
that.
secondary motion not to table it, to continue on with this discussion, because, right now, this is not something for New York at this point that knows about it and anything else of this. And I feel that these funds that we're putting out there, I sort of agree with what the chairman said last meeting, is that we have needs out there. We're putting this money aside, and if you take a look of the funds, it's really for one-time items that we need, and we certainly have enough need out there right now, especially with the school system and also with the animal shelter, that we want to do. Rather than paying interest on money, we can get this straight out. We don't have to go out bonds or anything of this nature. And so I would rather make a motion to discuss it and to actually consider getting rid of the funds this time with an alternate solution, because what we've heard during the budget session is that our fiscal stabilization, not the stabilization, but the fiscal reserve, the one that we have the $45 million in, the recommendation from the authorities are that we have 3 months in here, okay? So I would say, why don't we try building that up to where we have a recommendation? That way, the rating agencies up in New York can see that we're heading towards a goal that is recommended of 3 months, in case something should happen to our economy. And we could maybe increase that by 0.25%, something of that nature, but discuss what we want to do with that at this time. But I certainly think that there's a need here. We know we've been trying this, the animal shelter has been on this agenda for a long time. We are necessarily trying to fix some of the things that they said that we would be fined for if we didn't. Well, I think we need to move forward now that we have the money available. So my motion is, I think there's discussion here.
Mr. Chair, just a point of order.
Mr. Ross?
I don't think we need a motion to continue discussion on it. I mean, you've already got a motion, so you'd have to make a substitute motion to either kill it or whatever, but just to continue to discuss, we don't need a motion for it. Is
Okay,
that right,
thank you,
Carl?
Mr. Ross. I'll make a motion to kill the amendment, kill the table motion and discuss it
Well,
tonight.
So we don't need to, we can either vote on whether to table or not, or we can just discuss it. And
Right.
so if we'd like to continue the discussion while the motion's on the table, we can do that. Is that what you'd like to do? All right. Any other? Mr. Yakubowski?
Yes, to the motion, I would say that the time to do any changes to our reserve funds is before we go to New York, because once we go there, they know what we're doing. So any changes that we want to do, we should do them now. At that point would be too late. So I would vote against that simply because I think that changes should be made. I do think that we should have a stabilization fund, or I'm open to other ideas of how to get to a better stable fiscal policies that we have. But if we adopt fiscal policies, we have to adhere to them. To do so and then not to adhere to them is foolish, and we might as well not have them to begin with. So I would vote against that motion.
Any further discussion?
Go to
Mr. Benton?
mid-June. I was going to say, Mr. Benton, you could change your motion to be before the board would go to, I think it's the chair and vice chair go to New York, so mid-June for discussion, vice after the trip.
I'm willing to do that.
So you'd like to change your motion to table it until the second meeting in June?
That'd be correct.
Is there any other discussion on the motion that's on the table? Mr. Yakubowski?
Thank you. I'm not sure why we would table it until that point if the point is to have discussion on doing this or not doing it. To have discussion at that later point would simply put us up against the wall of time of making a decision. Why not have the the discussion now, and then we can delay any decisions that we make until, but to delay having the discussion where our back is against the wall and we would then be having to make decisions with that timeline looming over us. So I would be open to discussing these and then putting off decisions if necessary towards a later time. But I think that we need to have these discussions now. Thanks.
Mr. Benton.
I'll use your words, Mr. Yakubowski. I mean, we've made policies about our fiscal stability, and now we're changing them. And we can't even get through 1 year without dipping in somewhere or taking funds from this fund or the other. We have a budget, we've set it, and again, now we're trying to, something that's not even a year old and in a short time frame, basically do away with. We want to take 2.1 million and give it here, and then assure you there's going to be more motions to use the remaining, and we're going to have nothing. And just like Mr. Skinner said, we don't even have the 3 months recommended by whomever that we should have in our fiscal stability fund. So if we would do anything with it, we ought to, if you want to do away with it, then put it in the fiscal stability fund, all of it. That's why we have these funds, is for our stability and our protection. But yet, we make the policies and then we come up with, we can change them or disregard them, or maybe in 2 years we'll get this up to, par. I'd like to table this. I'd like to keep my motion to table this and have more discussion and get more facts and data and move through it like that.
Well, one thing that I just want to point out is that, and again, I've made no secret that I'm not a fan of this Budget Stability Fund, and I agree with you, Mr. Benton, that we established it 6 months ago and we're already dipping in and taking the funds out. For the same reason, I don't think we should have established it in the first place. And I don't disagree. Now, let's not forget, we did increase our fiscal stability reserve by a full % this budget year. And I agree with Mr. Skinner as well. There's nothing that says that we couldn't, in next fiscal budget year, establish a policy that starts adding a 1/4% to the fiscal stability reserve, which has more locks and controls on it. Here we are rating this account. So I would rather have the discussions on it right now and eliminate it and use the funds to pay down debt or other things as opposed to borrowing money. So the question right now, is there further discussion on the motion, or do we want to discuss the issue?
What's the
Mr.
motion?
Sevilla.
What is the motion?
Well, the motion is to table until the second meeting in June. So the question right now, do we want to continue discussion on Budget Stability Reserve or vote on the motion? Mr. Spieler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as a part of the process that you just mentioned, we do have a motion on the floor. Our discussion should be limited to that motion. Excuse me. However, we all have expanded that discussion considerably. I would just like to make a comment in further expansion of the discussion like everybody else had. And then I'll get back to the motion. I spent a lot of my life as an experienced operations manager. And having done that, I recognize the need for appropriate budget pre-planning and proper usage of established reserve accounts for unanticipated emergency needs. To transfer funds from a reserve account for routine usage violates good budget management practices. And having said that, I'll cut off the discussion there. I guess I would be for tabling it at this point in time until we can all come up with better arguments for usage of these funds. Thank you.
Mr. Yakubowski.
I'll speak to the motion, but I will say, Mr. Sewell, I have a really good argument for it, so I don't have to wait. The idea of putting in financial guidelines is up to this board to determine. We do have a pay-as-you-go system, which we put in a certain percentage per year over multiple years to get to a goal. Putting together a budget stabilization fund, which I will defer to our financial folks, that they not only know what they're talking about, but that everything they do is in the best interest of the county. But it's up to us to determine whether or not we implement those, and then if so, how do we implement those? And so when we implement a stabilization fund and we fully fund it within 2 years, as I said last year, was too quick because the needs that are out there are expansive. And so I'm all for working towards a goal, but doing it over multiple years. And so I think that we need to have this discussion, and I think that putting the money and locking it up when there are other needs that are out there is something that I don't necessarily support. Thanks.
Any other comments? So there is a motion to table this discussion till the second meeting in June. So call the question.
Three yes, with Mr. Yakubowski, Mr. McLaughlin, Dr. Trampy, and Mr. Skinner voting no.
Do we have any further discussion? Mr. Yakubowski.
Okay, thank you. I had made a motion that I had tabled at last meeting, and I have no desire to bring that back up because I do not exactly remember what the motion was. But the idea and the concept behind it was that we do have money that is put into reserve funds, and there's a necessity to doing that. And I am all for making sure that we are working towards goals that put our county in a better financial footing than we had when, in my case, and speaking only for myself, than when I came to the board. It's in a better position when I leave the board. Doing it all at once, again, I had voted for it, but I had argued against it. And I think that it is wise to take a step back and look at a fund that, or I'm sorry, at policies that we just set up, but not 6 months ago. And that's not to say that what we're doing is we're dipping it in or dipping into it simply because somebody has a request. What we're doing is taking a look and just making sure that before this is sealed, before that ink is dry, is this the path we want to go down? And my motion that I had put forward and my argument that I'll make again is having a goal to work towards. And I brought up the pay-as-you-go as an example because I was trying to think if we had done this before where we had a financial policy that we fully funded and did immediately. And I could be wrong, but in my recollection, we have not done that. We always work towards a goal. We baby step it there because we know that the goal is something that we need to attain, but the worst thing to do is to have a goal and miss the goal. And so we want to make sure that our policies that we implement are something that does not handcuff the county, because nobody has told us, and I think I asked our financial team last time, these financial policies, while they are good and, in my opinion, necessary, do not get us anything once we get them. There's no prize at the end. We're working towards something, and all of these come together to show good financial management of the county. So there's no necessity to a timeline on it, except one that we implement ourselves on ourselves. So I would say that my motion had been before, and I'm not going to make a motion right now, but the discussion would be to take that financial reserve, or I'm sorry, the budget stabilization reserve policy and change it to a policy that we attain over the next 5 years, putting 0.25% in each year and working towards that goal, and then freeing up the one-time monies for other needs that we might have. Thank you.
Mr. Skinner?
Yeah, I would like to remind the board too, if you take a look at the reserves, it is for the purpose of one-time needs, and we certainly know that we have needs out there. And even though we did start it, I think any program you start always has to be reviewed. And the fact that we can take money and make one reserve even stronger and meet those goals, yet at the same time pay for our bills as we go for the animal shelter and also supporting the schools and their one-time money for the 2.1. And so, I think that's important to know. We have all these reserves, and we know specifically what the big reserve is for. We haven't met that goal. I think we should concentrate on that too. But if we have a reserve, and in the reserve it defines it as these are for one-time needs and stuff of this, and we come up to where we have these needs, and all of a sudden we don't use it because it's just been implemented 6 months. Well, what are we doing for that? I mean, we're just putting the money out the side, and we're either bonding certain things like the animal shelter, or we've got to help the schools over the years. It's been tough for them. This is our one chance opportunity to get them the money. And so just by the definition of the reserve that they say is used for one-time money, I would recommend that we look at that tonight.
Mr. Sabula?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask the county administrator, do we not already have funds available for the $350,000 for the money for the animal shelter?
The money for the animal shelter is it was in the budget, in the approved budget, at the $3.5 million level, which was the project approved by the board and the CIP. So that is ready to move forward this year.
Right. So that's not a part of this, and should not be a part of this discussion.
Well, again, that is, Bonnie, you shake your head, that is a
borrowed.
project that is to be borrowed for finance this summer, but that is approved in the budget at $3.5 million, which is consistent with the CIP.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Mr. Benton?
I'll just say again, this year we're going to rob this account, and next year there's going to be more needs. What account are we going to rob then? We're taking everything we have, and we don't even meet the definition of what that account is supposed to be used for. So, and trying to use these funds. So here we are again. Let's change our policy, do away with something that's not even 6 months old, that 6 out of 7 supervisors voted for. Do away with it. Spread money out where this probably be used for reoccurring debt. And again, next year, we're going to be back at the drawing table going, well, do we raise taxes again? What are we going to do to get what our needs are for this county? Because Lord knows, nobody gets all their needs taken care of in this county. No department in here will sit back and say, we're good. So I am totally against touching these funds. We created this account for a reason. Leave it alone. Use it for what it's supposed to be used with. Follow our policies. And let's move on.
So one of the comments I was going to make is that, first of all, I don't support the fund, and I think what we need to do, if we're going to do anything today, is we have to scrap this policy as it stands today, and if we want to revisit it later in the year or future years, that's something we should address and put some more thought in as a board, determine where we want the fiscal stability, because I agree with Mr. Benton. I mean, we established the fund 6 months ago, and we're already dipping into it, saying that it's really not our reserve. And I don't, the fact that we're borrowing money, and I was going to, Mr. Spieler, we're going to borrow $3.4 million to build an animal shelter when we have the cash on hand today to fund it. So I would, if we're going to move forward or move this money, I want to see the policy terminated today. We can discuss how we want to distribute the money. That's one thing, but I hate to sit on money that's essentially not making us any money and paying, borrowing money for things that we need. So, Mr. Skinner?
Yeah. Mr. Ben, I listened to what you just said, and you're saying that we keep this in there, it's for one-time money. Number one, well, when do we decide to use that money? It's for needs. I mean, the fact that we put it in there and now we have needs for that thing, so we just sit on it for year after year after year. And, you know, whether we have 5 million this year and 7 million next year, when do we make that choice to use that for that? And the other thing is, I'm a little confused about one-time money being used for recurring money. And, you know, that's again, if we were to give the schools $2.1 million, I'm just bringing this up because of that. I'm not sure if you were referring to that or not, but it's the same type of deal we had with categorical funding. If we give them 2.1 money for one-time spending, I expect the schools to use it one-time money, not in anything else. It's not going to be recurring money, but we have to decide, okay, so we have this money, we have a need for it, but because we started it and we're dipping into it, I mean, that's what it was made for, and we need it now. So,
Mr. Benton.
Do we have the policy available that we can read?
The fiscal policies are in the documents on the board agenda, and we can produce copies if additional copies are needed here shortly. Also, in the Novus agenda item are identified the details of the policy as it is for the BSR. Option, was identified as option 2, was the modification suggested by Mr. Yakubowski at the last meeting, and then also a third option, which was identified as the board, the staff's response to the board's discussion at your last meeting, which is something of a middle way. That third option was a blending together of various board members' comments, and that option would continue the concept of the budget, the BSR that was adopted by the board, but would refine it to modify the BSR to be maintained at a fixed amount of $5 million. That speaks directly to a comment that Mr. McLaughlin had with his concern about the escalation of the amount over time, and suggests that the reserve be initially funded at $3 million in FY16, with a $5 million level to be reached by not later than FY 2010. That would leave $2 million in one-time money available for other purposes now, such as transfer to the school's capital projects fund, which would be, that is one-time money that they use for capital needs. And if the board wishes to transfer $2.1 million versus $2 million to the school's capital projects fund, we could take $0.1 million from the $300,000 that staff is projecting to remain in the unreserved fund balance. And that means the county will be looking for $2 million in one-time money to add to this reserve over the course of the next few fiscal years. And in consultation with the finance staff, I believe that would be attainable to us. And again, the allocation suggested would be to the school's capital project fund, because that is one-time money, and that would yield $342,000 in debt service savings. The mention of cash funding the animal shelter raises the issue in my mind that the greater debt service savings is actually achieved by cash funding shorter-term capital property, like the computers that the schools need and the buses. Those shorter-term financings are at a higher interest rate than, say, the borrowing for the animal shelter. So it's simply smarter use of money to, if you're going to cash fund a capital need, to cash fund shorter-lived property. There is also budget theory that suggests that future users of the animal shelter should have their chance, because that's a 20-year building. Future users of the animal shelter should have their opportunity to contribute to the cost of that animal shelter. And so there's a legitimacy to that financing, where buying computers or buses for the schools that are going to wear out in 5 or 7 years both saves us more interest cost and makes better money sense.
What I was getting at was the definition of what to use these funds for, and I believe in there it's an emergency et cetera like
Mr.
that.
Mr.
And this is
Benton.
not an emergency.
Mr. Ross can actually read it to you.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's Section 3A. So the Budget Stability Reserve. The county will maintain a budget stabilization reserve to address potential revenue declines or other economic stress placed on the budget. So it's kind of wide open. Kind of wrote an article in the paper about this a while ago. But that's what it is. It's right there, 3A. If you're not able to pull it up, because I know there's some other board members that are having trouble pulling it up.
Parts.
So I'll read that again. It's the county will maintain a budget stabilization reserve to address potential revenue declines, which to my knowledge we've had none, or other economic stress placed on the budget.
So, Mr. Taylor, just to follow up on that, and maybe this is something Bonnie would answer, but you talk about, the higher cost of interest. But again, are you borrowing the money for the animal shelter over 20 years?
I mean, what
By
is
7 years? I mean, is the total dollar paid out more or less? So if you borrow money over 20 years, even if it's a lower interest rate, are you paying more money over time?
First of all, it's not a lower interest rate. I think that was a misstep there. The shorter term borrowing is a lesser interest rate. The difference between, so if you borrow $1 million over 7 years versus borrowing $1 million principal over 20 years, you're going to pay back the $1 million principals in 7 years versus 20 years. Therefore, by default, regardless of what the interest rate is, you're going to be paying more for each of those 7 years in debt service than you're going to over 20 years for that same $1 million.
But at the end, will I
At the
paid
end,
more?
At the end, you're going to pay more over 20 years.
Right.
Yes.
Over time, I would have spent
But
more
if we're
money.
looking at,
Right.
if we're looking at
Just cash
achieving
flow.
the greatest cost savings in fiscal year 17 by using that budget stabilization reserve, you would apply that to the shorter term projects to get a larger debt service savings for fiscal year 17.
In 17, but if I'm just looking for the overall savings to the taxpayer
Overall,
you would save money
yes.
by paying down the longer term debt project.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Over time,
Over
yes.
time,
If you're
okay.
looking at 17, the bigger bang for your buck
Is
is
a shorter
the
term
shorter
debt.
term projects.
But
yes.
overall to the taxpayer, because we're going to borrow that money regardless.
Yes,
for both
we're gonna borrow
projects.
money regardless.
But paying for the longer term project would ultimately save the taxpayer more money over time.
Yes, over time, yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So do we have any other discussions right now?
Well, Mr. Chair, please.
Mr. Skinner?
Thank you, sir, Mr. Chair. When you say, and I know what Mr. Ross read in there, economic declines and stuff of this nature, or burdens put on us. And there are two burdens there. One is we have a need for the schools for this one time to save one-time spending for their, I think it was capital funds, correct? Buses, school buses, computers and stuff of that nature. And I definitely think we have a need for this animal shelter to be out there. So once again, I'm going to, I like the chairman's suggestion. I mean, that we could scrap the policy and let's see what we can do with a new policy, which may be less intense than what we are putting on ourselves right now. Because, to say that we have a reserve and not use it when we have good needs for that reserve, I'm not sure if that's good fiscal management or not. I mean, as you said, if we fund something over 20 years, in the long run, we're paying more for it than if we fund it over 7 years. Yeah, we probably have what you said about our debt service. Okay, we kill more of the debt service quicker because we pay more on the principal than we do in the interest. Correct on that. So I think that we have two needs out there right now that we need to focus on, and so I'd like to hear any other opinions as far as how we could do this. I mean, just not putting this money in there and then not using it when we have needs is not getting us where we want to be either. So maybe we should have funded this thing. And just because we did 6 months ago, I'll tell you what, there's been a lot of policies that, as a manager or anything in the last 40 years, that didn't work out the first 6 months, and so we changed it. We found a better way to do it. So just because we did this 6 months ago doesn't mean that we have to wait a full year to decide that we could have fixed it along the way sooner than that. So.
Mr. Ross?
I just have one comment based off what you were talking there. And number 4 of the same form that we all have is the Economic Opportunities Reserve Fund. That's for EDA, and that's $2 million right there. So I would say, unless you're totally scrapping a fund, which I can understand that instead of taking out of a budget stability reserve, we just put $2 million in EDA last October as well. So just a thought.
Any other comments? Mr. Yakubowski?
Thanks. I think that reviewing our policies, there's nothing wrong with that. I think making sure that we attain goals is what we should be doing. I would also say that the 11% stabilization fund number that we move towards, we should look at moving towards that over the span of 4 years, perhaps, with a quarter of a percent per year to get to that and get to that number. These are options that we have if we want to. We also have, remember, the post-employee benefits that we have $0 in our reserve for. The schools have started with about $1 million, I think, in their reserve to do that, and we have none. So having reserve funds are necessary. Having money sitting there, while there are needs that are out there, but we do need to be dutiful of how we get to the goals that we establish. And I'm all for establishing realistic goals that we can achieve without handcuffing ourselves, because we know that this year's budget was difficult. Next year's budget will be difficult, and the year after will be difficult, from what our finance team has told us. And just to remind you, next year our transportation fund is due $2.1 million of ongoing monies that we will not have. So there will be needs next year. There will be needs, as there are every single year. I don't think I've ever heard a budget year where they say this is not a tough budget. And if we do get there, you know, God bless the county administrator for putting together such an easy budget, and we should actually eliminate some of those meetings we have. But I think that we need to have the stabilization reserve, but I think that we need to work towards it over a period of time. And a cap is fine if we want to do that. These are the options that we have. But I do think that using a portion of that money towards the school system is necessary. I would be completely against using the Economic Opportunity Reserve, which actually sits in a bank account. It doesn't go to the EDA. We use the EDA to pass that money through. But that is for those opportunities that come along, and you're just glad that you have the money sitting there. The Lidl example is a great one, which cost us over $1 million, almost $1.4 million in cash just to get that. So if we didn't have $1.4 million in cash, there would be no Lidl. We couldn't even compete for that opportunity. So I would say that reserve I would like to leave alone, but I think that the Budget Stabilization Fund should be funded over a period of time. 5 years is my recommendation, 0.25% per year until we get to the goal of 1.25% in the fund. Use 2.1 for the school system for their needs that they have, which would then leave 2.9 million in the undesignated fund balance that we have. And as we know, we go along through a budget year. We're not even out of the current budget year. And as we go along through the next budget year, we are going to have an awful lot of needs and well, I should take that back, not needs, but bills that are due that we can't get around, we can't push off till next year. If anything comes along and the county must pay, we must pay. Or opportunities come along and we can seize those, then we have the ability to do that. So yes, we will have money sitting there. I don't think that we should spend every last dime just because we have it. I think having money that we can dip into for those needs that, or I'm sorry, those bills that come along is the right way to do it. So I don't want to cut off any discussion. I'm not here to force anything, but if this discussion has run its course, I'd be more than happy to make a motion to do basically what I just took the last 5 minutes to explain.
Mr. Benton?
I was getting to that point too. I'm willing to make a motion of just hear me out. Table it for one more meeting. Just
Mr. Benton, that's already been voted on.
this is one more meeting. I think we voted to put it through July or
Let's ask,
June. June.
let me get a ruling on that. It's already been voted on to table it to the second meeting.
It technically would be a different motion to
Okay.
table it to another meeting.
All I'm asking for is for staff to get together based on what we have our budgeted for this year. All I'm asking for is one more meeting. Have staff put together what we've budgeted for this year and what we are recommending put back in, and what the school's going to be spending, what the county is going to be spending as reoccurring debt. I don't know if Ms. Jewell and Ms. Sorrell can do this, but I don't know if y'all can put together something where we have an idea of where we're going to be as far as a budget and what we'd have to do as far as extra monies to come up with. I'm sure that's talking way far off, but like I say, we don't know what next year's going to bring. We're doing away with this budget, fiscal stability fund, and now we want the only funds we're coming down to is the big one, fiscal stability fund, EDA or anything else. We are using all this money. And I'm just asking for some more information as far as if there's any way to estimate what we're going to be looking at next year as far as an overall budget. I don't know if there's a way to do that or not. I think I'm getting a nod yes, but I would like some more information before we go just wiping out this account or wiping out any accounts that we have after we've already done a budget. Again, this thing's 6 months old, and we're already going to change policy or change things around, dip into it, and we don't even know what the rest of this year is going to bring.
Mr. Benton, that's been one of my issues is I don't think the board put enough thought and discussion into the impacts of the budget stability reserve, and that's why I'm asking that we scrap the current policy. We spend more than 2 weeks to investigate and determine what is the best policy to put forward, and we can revisit this next year, whether it's a budget stability or whether it's just increases or an incremental increase to the fiscal stability reserve. But I think we need to put some more thought in it as a board, because the impacts of the annual growth to those to the increases to the reserves is a significant impact. So that's what I think we need to understand, all of that information before we take that vote. Because again, the vote to establish the budget stability was 6-1, but if you took the vote again today, I don't think it would be 6-1. So I think that, I agree we need to talk about this, but I don't think we need to do it in 2 weeks. I don't think that's enough time to get information for the board to sit down and make discussions on what the path forward. So that's my opinion.
Thanks.
Mr. Skinner has a comment.
Yeah, I just want to remind the board, too, that the schools have a contract that they have to put out. And when we were here last time, we tabled it for 2 weeks. And just want to remind that they have contracts that it's not like us. Not that we have people here all year round, but they've got to renew teachers' contracts. So they can't afford a delay as far as, whether or not they're going to get the 2.1 or not. And that's the bottom line. We talked about that. We made that point. At the last meeting, we talked about this a little bit. Yes, we did delay it, but we talked about it. And obviously, now I would think that anybody that had concern, I know Mr. Ross looked it up too, and that is that he did some work in between that meeting and this meeting. And I think it's unfair to the schools and put them in the position that they have contracts that they have to get off. And it's going to change the whole deal, what they're going to do for the next year. So I definitely don't want to table this. Let's discuss it tonight, and we've got a motion on the table, or we could have a motion on the table to how to fix this or work with it. We've got a couple motions.
Mr. Benton?
I would still like to get some more information from finance as far as some ideas of what we're going to be looking at next year. They say they're nodding they can put something together for us. Again, we're going to be at the same boat next year when we don't have this fund and we've replenished it all. What are we going to have to do when somebody comes up and says, well, we need another 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, or whatever it is? It's a need. If we don't get it, we're going to have to do away with this service or that service. Where are we going to be at? What funds are we going to rob from? Where are we going to, we can only pay Peter from Paul so many times, or Paul from Peter, whichever you want to look at. I'd like to table it for just one more.
Are you making a motion?
I've already made a motion to table it for just one more meeting.
Till the second meeting in May.
24th? I think that's it.
Mr. Ross?
I would just like to add, Mr. Skinner, and I understand the situation, but I think it was about 4 weeks ago we adopted the budget. It was clear that Mr. McLaughlin was in favor of looking at this budget stabilization reserve fund at that time, but the majority of this board did not want to. Dr. Trampy's budget that he put forward has some trade-offs in it too, but also looked at changing the way we use the budget stabilization reserve fund and actually gave the schools $6 million more than last year instead of the 4.9. So I would say that was the time that we needed to focus on this. And I understand the time constraints now, but to me, it was 4 weeks ago when the majority of this board adopted a budget with the 2-cent higher tax rate than equalized to talk about these things and not now feel pressured to make a decision on a reserve fund that was, again, as Mr. Benton is saying, we need more information on.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Skinner?
Well, Mr. Ross, I have to tell you, 4 weeks ago I brought that up and it was tabled because I talked about the $2.1 million that was needed as one-time money, because when they came to us, I think the total was $8.1 million. They were 8.8 or whatever it was, because there was $2.1 million of recurring money or one-time money, and there was $800,000, I believe, pretty close to reoccurring money. And so 4 weeks ago, I did bring that up to this board, and I was told that table it until the next week, and then last time I brought it up, it was tabled until this one. So I have to disagree with what you said as far as timing. I attempted to do that, but I did not get the board's vote on that, sir.
Mr. Skinner, or Mr. Chair, that is not my recollection. It was brought up during our budget session on April 7th. I believe you brought up this 2 weeks after that, and that's when it was tabled for another 2 weeks. But during the budget, the actual discussion on April 7th, you did not bring that up, and it was the majority of this board's decision to not touch in any way the Budget Stability Reserve Fund, even changing what we based the 1.25% on, which was in Dr. Trampy's budget. That was not brought up by you during our April 7th meeting, in my recollection.
Okay, do we have any other comments on the motion? Mr. Yakubowski?
I'm on a motion again. We keep saying we're robbing and we're taking. And my opinion is we are setting a policy. And if we're setting the policy, as I had argued last year, to do it in a slow incremental way, those extra dollars would be used for whatever else we might have. I'm not in favor of constantly buying down debt. I do think that people that live here 10, 15 years from now should pay for a capital improvement that they are going to be using, just like we do with transportation and other long-term items, which I think it is important to point out again that our short-term items are paid for with short-term bonds and not long-term bonds, which is consistently spouted off as though it's gospel truth, and it's absolutely false. And to continue to do that, I think, is just unconscionable. But the fact that it wasn't brought up during the budget discussion, I will sit here and defend the budget that we approved. You could have gotten more money, yes, for the school system at that time by shutting down the convenience sites. by not hiring enough firefighters, by not giving our county employees the raise that they deserve. So of course, I mean, there's trade-offs that you can do anywhere. But I think the budget that we crafted was actually a better budget that met the needs that we had and did it in a fiscally responsible way, and also paid down an awful lot of debt in addition to the other items that we were able to fund in there. Again, I think that more time to discuss this, we can discuss it to death. The facts are out there. We have a stabilization fund. We have a trip to New York coming up in July where this will be presented as board policy. So this is the time to either change that or cement it. It's one or the other. And my opinion is we should do it incrementally over the next several years with a goal that is attainable, that doesn't choke off the needs that we have as we move along. Thanks.
Mr. Ross.
Just a quick comment. If it met the needs we had, the budget that you're referring to, that was April 7th. Today's May 10th. There's a month and 3 days ago. So obviously, if we're here to discuss taking more money out, it did not meet the needs we had. And what I was referencing before with the Budget Stability Reserve Fund, that was just one aspect. If we had that entire $5 million, which Mr. McLaughlin fought to discuss and maybe take away at our April 7th meeting, we wouldn't be here today talking about it again.
Any other comments? So there is a motion to table the discussion on the Budget Stability Reserve until the next meeting on May 24th. Any other discussion? Call the question.
Three yes, with Mr. Yakubowski, Mr. McLaughlin, Dr. Trampy, and Mr. Skinner voting no.
I had one question, just Bonnie, quick question for you. Don't we have a fund established as kind of pay as you go with CIP? Aren't we putting 40% of our budget into the cash funding projects?
We are doing that, and for fiscal year 17, the percentage is 3.25%, and that's about $8 million.
Right, so that idea is to pay cash for construction projects.
Yes.
So paying cash for the animal shelter is not out of policy. I mean, it's kind of what we're striving to do, isn't it? To pay cash for construction projects, vice borrowing.
We are paying cash where we have the cash
Where
to
we have
pay
it
for
available.
it. Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
That's why I just want to say that it's not unusual to pay cash. I mean, that's one of our goals, I think. Is it 5%?
5%.
ultimate?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're working towards that every year.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Benton?
Out of the school's budget that's passed, is there a way to separate what has been approved for one-time capital projects and separate that from reoccurring debt that the schools are going to be using? Is there, out of the 4.1 million, 4.9, whatever it is there a way to set, we've given them this amount of money for the budget.
Right.
Is there certain portions of that were designated for just capital projects, the one-time?
No, sir. The $4.9 million that was added is ongoing added money for the schools. It was not designated specifically to capital projects.
If we give them more money and then they use it for reoccurring debt, we're coming back next year needing those monies again.
Yes, if the board votes to use any portion of the budget stabilization reserve or any other one-time funding to allocate to the schools, that is one-time money. If the schools then choose to use that for ongoing costs, whether it's debt or any other ongoing costs, raises, health insurance, anything of that nature, yes, we will have a budget problem next year because they will have those same costs again next year.
And I'll just say, I'd have the same issues I have with the schools, I have with the county, and the use of our monies. If we're going to use it for one-time projects, then we use it for one-time projects. If we use it for a reoccurring debt, then it needs to be budgeted, period. That's what, in my opinion, has gotten us in trouble in the past, where one-time monies have been spent for reoccurring debt, and here we are. I guess we're down to basically, again, we're robbing from a fund to make budget decisions continued.
I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to motion that we terminate the current budget stability reserve policy that we have on record. We can revisit it later in the summer after we've had more time to research it, allocate 2.1 million of the remaining fund to the schools and 2.9 million to the animal shelter. Any discussion? Mr. Yakubowski?
Yes, sir. I can't support doing that. I don't mind revisiting the financial stability fund, but I think allocating all that money to the animal shelter, which will then not still even pay for the entire animal shelter, I don't think is the right move to make. So that's why I'd be voting against it. Thank you.
And I will just say that we do have about $400,000 in the budget in FY17 for the animal shelter, first part of it. So that would actually give us about 3.4 million for the debt service.
Yeah, we
Right.
have the full $3.5 million allocated in the capital projects fund in fiscal year 17 for that.
To borrow, yeah,
Yes,
correct.
to be borrowed, yes.
But we don't need to, we have for 300-some thousand for debt service, so we'd only need about 200,000
Yes.
in addition to, for the animal shelter. So any other comments?
Question, Mr. Chairman, you said the would be 2.1 million to the schools, is that to the capital projects fund?
Just to the schools, and they'll make the determination. And again, there's no guarantee that there'll be any of that funding left next year. I mean, and again, I agree with Mr. Benton and Mr. Ross that, you know, it is that slippery slope. If the funds come available, there's no guarantee that money will be there next year, and based on the budget. So, Mr. Skinner hit you first, but.
I just want to clarify one thing. When you give money to schools and it's a one-time spending money, and the way I understand it is that they are not going to come back to us asking for money to duplicate whatever they did. It's a one-time spend on issues that they can one-time do it, okay? And that's, you know, I keep hearing this, and honestly, we talked about, we changed the categorical funding today because we had trust and we had a relationship with our school that they were doing the right things that we thought of. And if I give somebody in the same school system we're talking about now one-time money, I figure they will use it. I suggest they use it. I have confidence in them. They will use it for one-time spending. And that will not come back next year and say, we used that one-time spending, now we need that to continue on this time. I mean, we talk about that. We talked about it earlier. So I keep hearing that, and I don't think it's right. I mean, at one time in the beginning, we had trust in our school system. Now I hear things that we may turn it into recurring money. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that.
Mr. Sabula?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to poll the board very quickly and see a show of hands on how many of you have a mortgage on your home. And why do you have that mortgage on your home? Because of cash flow. You couldn't afford to pay it all up front. And that's why you had the mortgage. And paying cash for a long-term usage like the animal shelter, to me, is stupid. It's just plain stupid to do something like that. You borrow that money, it's paid over a long term, and you still have your cash reserves or using some of those reserves for other purposes. But to go out and spend cash for high dollar items like $3.5 million just because you have cash is not the proper way to budget. I am not against giving the schools additional funding. My concern is where this funding is coming from. And we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Next year, you're going to see a 2 or 3 or 4 cent increase in taxes to make up these deficiencies that we're coming into, and that scares me. And along with Mr. Yakubowski, I can't support the motion on the floor.
Mr. Ross? I'm just going to respond to that. I will say, if I had the money to pay cash for my house, I would have paid cash for my house. I think it makes good policy if you have the funding to pay for it, so you don't have to pay the interest over time. The reason I want the animal shelter as part of the motion is because I want us to designate where the funds go. Just like this account was set up for specific purposes. We rated it 6 months into it. I want to make sure that we make a motion, if this money is pulled out, that it's applied to and paid for a project that we intend to borrow money for. So that's why the motion is. So any other discussion on the motion on the table? Call the question.
Three yes, with Mr. Yakubowski, Mr. Sabula, Mr. Ross, and Mr. Benton voting no.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
what if, Mr. Yakubowski, I'm thinking we should take a 5-minute recess, then come back for public comment, and then bring the discussion back up. Any objection? Okay. Take a 5-minute recess. Be back at 6:30. Call the meeting back to order. Anybody sign up to speak?
Yes, sir. There are 2 citizens signed up to speak.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we have two citizens signed up to speak. I'll run briefly through the guidelines for public presentation. Public presentations are an opportunity for citizens to present matters you believe deserve the board's attention. These presentations are not part of a public hearing. Sign up to speak at each public hearing is separate. Public presentations are one-way comments from you to the Board of Supervisors. They are not a forum for dialogue or debate. To make a public presentation, please sign up on the provided sign-up sheet. Come to the lectern when your name is called. Clearly state your name, address, and voting district for the record. Address your comments directly to the board. State whether you're speaking on behalf of yourself, in which case you'll have 3 minutes, or on behalf of a group, in which case you'll have 5 minutes. Public presentation shall not be used to address matters subject to public hearings or to make political campaign speeches, private advertisements, or personal attacks, and written comments are always welcome. Amy, who is the first speaker signed up?
The first speaker is Claude Dunn, followed by Michael Berry.
Evening. My name is Claude Dunn. I live at 9743 East Ford Road, and I'd like to speak on behalf of Faith and Freedom Ministries. I come before you tonight to speak about the rule of law. We talked about that a bit last week, and it's like looking at deer looking in the headlights. I think I spoke too fast and said too much, too quick. I understand that. But our founders had a fantastic formula for government in America, and we've gotten away from that in a public education system. I don't think people clearly understand that today. Part of Faith and Freedom Ministries is teaching our U.S. Constitution and the principles of freedom of our founding fathers. Y'all have been struggling this evening with financial issues. If you think back to the founding of this nation, our founding fathers had a terrible problem at the end of the Revolutionary War. You've all heard the thing that you're not worth a continental. That's where that came from. They were in terrible financial straits, far beyond anything y'all can imagine right now. And in a relatively short time, they solved those problems, and the economy in America took off like gangbusters. The rest of the world was looking at America. What in the world are you folks doing? And I think if we take a new look at those principles of freedom that they put into practice, I think you'll find a lot of your problems will disappear before your eyes, and the economy in Spotsylvania County will take off like gangbusters. So I've written a letter to share a few thoughts with you, and over the next few weeks and months, I'll try to do the same thing and bring a few things to you. And if you ever want to have a dialogue, just give me a call or email me. Most of you know me, known you for quite a while. Y'all have a good evening and wish you luck. Thank you.
Michael Berry, followed by Dan Hinkson.
Hi, I'm Michael Berry. I'm at 10321 Antietam Court in Lees Hill District. My presentation is pretty short. I speak for a lot of my neighbors when it comes down to budgetary prudence. I would like to reiterate the fact that just because we have an overage in budget does not mean that we have to spend it immediately. I think that it is prudent for us to hold on to that as a reserve in case something happens. I would like to make sure that that we are not just going out there willy-nilly because we have a budget overage, or for subsequent budget overages, that it should be applied to something that is prudent and something that is fruitful for the county of Spotsylvania. Thank you very much.
Dan Hinkson.
My name is Dan Hinkson. I'm from Berkeley District. This has been an interesting discussion as a citizen of the county. I spoke through, or I listened to the public comments during the budget discussions in the last few meetings, and I find it somewhat ironic that through that process of going through and deciding upon a budget, deciding upon what the tax rate was going to be, and making those decisions just within the last few meetings, that here we sit now discussing how to maneuver these funds that could have been utilized, and I'm speaking as a someone who wants to be fiscally responsible with my money, as a taxpayer, that could have been utilized to keep taxes at the same rate as they had been. And now we're, trying to maneuver these monies around. So I think that, you went through a very methodical process to decide upon the budget. You made your decisions, which I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but I understand them through talking through some of the representatives here. And I think it's time to lie in the bed that you made. And I actually agree with Mr. Benton that let's take a step back. Let's go through, make sure that the resources are being used responsibly, and that, because the last thing that I want to have happen as a taxpayer, and that I fear happening, is that this time next year we're again having just raised taxes and having these discussions about what do we do with these extra funds. They're not extra funds if they have above what the county requires, needs, not wants, requires, then there are funds. And so let's again sleep in the bed you made, and be responsible for the future uses of these funds, and take a step back and rethink without doing away with the fund, and keeping it in place, because I do think that there's some sense to be some common sense to be had of having a reserve and using it. And I think what you guys need to do, and what I would do, I'd ask you to do as a citizen, is to really clearly articulate what you've kind of done in an ad hoc manner to create this additional reserve fund. Clearly articulate what these funds are to be used for, leave them in place. Let's get to a point at which that's done. The county staff has made some recommendations, and then rather, because I read through the docket last night, then rather than doing it on a percentage basis to keep it at a flat rate of $5 million, let's make some of these decisions before we just go, getting away from something that you've already agreed to, and spending this money that may not be the wisest course of action, because again, I don't want my taxes raised unnecessarily in the future. Thank you.
There are no other citizens signed up to speak.
Anybody that did not sign up like to speak?
Good evening, Justin Langridge, Spotsylvania Career Firefighters Association. Our office is located at 9835 Courthouse Road. First tonight, I want to say thank you all for all of the work that you put into the budget. Whether we agree or disagree with it, I know that many of you spent many hours on it. However, some of you fell short on your commitments to us, and our members are not feeling much love or support from the board. It's nice to say that you support your firefighters and paramedics, but that's better shown in actions than words. We hope that you'll please place a higher value on the key issues, the major issues that we bring before you, and our association will continue to bring to you. I don't encourage you to empty the reserve account, but if you do, I strongly encourage you to look at some of the more immediate costs that we're faced with, and look at how we can spend that money to immediately affect the health and safety of some of your employees. If you want to talk about saving money in the long run, wait till you start paying for these guys' cancer benefits. You're going to hear later tonight from VACO. I just want to express to you the experience that our members have had with that organization. They provide the workers' compensation insurance to the county and administer worker compensation benefits to our employees, our members, your employees. The experience has been miserable for many of our employees. By the nature of what we do, we're frequently injured, usually minor, sometimes major. We had an employee several years ago who was almost killed. That's not an exaggeration or dramatic effect. He almost died, and he got nothing but a hard time from VACO. I have State Farm for my personal insurance plans. If they treated me like VACO is treating our members, I would cancel every policy that I have with them. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, let's move to the public hearings. Oh, is there anybody else? Sorry. Is there anybody else like to speak that hasn't already spoken? Okay. Let's move forward to the public hearings and get the
Yes, Mr.
citizens out here.
Chairman, the first is SUP 16-0001, Ziff Properties, Inc., a mini storage facility in the Cortland District.
My name is Patrick White with the Spotsylvania County Planning Department. The case before you is SUP 16-1. It is a special use application for a mini storage facility at 12220 5 Mile Road. It's in the Cortland voting district. The request includes 4 major components. The rehabilitation of an existing on-site structure that was formerly used as slap shots. It's proposed to be converted to a climate-controlled storage facility. That building will house 94,000 square feet of interior climate-controlled storage. The second component is the additional units for non-climate controlled storage. The third being a 2,000 square foot office and manager's residential unit, and lastly, the outdoor storage of 14 recreational vehicles. Staff is recommending approval with some conditions. The Planning Commission voted to recommend approval unanimously on 4/2016. So here's an aerial showing the site. As I mentioned, it's on 5 Mile Road. It's shown in blue. There's a signalized intersection about less than a quarter mile to the east. And I've indicated it with this image here. This intersection turning on to 5 Mile Road is right in, right out. The property is zoned C2. Mini storage facility is a special use available in the C2. It has a future land use designation of commercial. Zooming in, we can see that it is currently improved with this large structure as well as some parking and stormwater on the back end. The GDP proposes 2 phases. The first phase would be the initial conversion of the large metal structure on site and the office/residential unit, the non-climate controlled storage, the parking spaces, and then phase 2 would be the conversion of that existing metal structure into 2 stories inside. According to the ITE transportation book, there's an estimated 296 trips that will be generated from this use. The applicants have proposed a fairly generous landscaping package. Notably, I'd like to point out that there's an existing pretty well-defined little tree buffer here on the frontage of the site. A sidewalk will need to be installed there, and it may affect that buffer. The applicants have proposed additional landscaping internal to the site to mitigate that. The property is also going to be secured by a fence. The applicant's done the best they can to be sure that that fence line is on the interior of the property so that anyone outside of the property would be viewing the landscaping and then the fence. Staff has a condition in this to require that the majority of that fence be built of aluminum except for some chain link on the very back end. There's also a double row of shrubs that's located here on the south. I'd like to point out, we had originally tried to get regular trees in there to better screen where some RVs would be. There's an existing VEPCO easement as well as a county sewer easement that's preventing us from putting any trees there. The applicants did note in their GDP that some of these buildings may be bumped, some forward, some backwards, maybe 1 or 2 slightly larger. And these are the elevations of those buildings. This is the conceptual elevation of the existing 47,000 square foot metal building, formerly slap shots. As I mentioned, phase 2 creates a second story inside. These are the rear and the northern elevations. These are the elevations of the office/residential unit. I do need to point out that the materials that are identified here may change depending on the architect's recommendations. Right now, they're proposed as stucco and hardy panel. They may flip. It is important to note, though, that although they may change, they will remain 2 different complementary materials separated by a horizontal band. Lastly, these are the metal storage units themselves. Staff found that this proposal adaptively reuses an existing site and restores this vacant structure to beneficial use. The office warehouse building is pleasing. The applicant has proposed this substantial landscape package, although no transitional buffers are required. It met the special use standards of review and is in conformance with the comp plan. Staff's recommending approval with these 5 conditions, and I will stand by for any of your questions.
Mr. Ross?
I just have one. Why, when we're already zone C2, is a special use permit even required for?
It's because this use has it could have impacts on neighbors. It's typically because of the metal buildings that are involved on them.
But in this case, it's already there.
Well,
They're going to build some additional in the
Right.
back. Is that?
That's
is that the
generally
reason?
why. I mean, the uses that are deemed special uses are just ones that the county believes need an extra level of care to address any neighborhood concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman and other members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Charlie Payne with the law firm Herschel Fleischer, and we represent the applicant. It's always a pleasure to be in Spotsylvania County, and I appreciate your time this evening. Staff has gone through many of the key components of our application, and I'll just reiterate a few points. The site is a 4.5 acre site. This is an adaptive reuse of a prior recreational use. The building will be in conformance with the underlying zoning ordinance. The highest height of the building is going to be 35 feet, although the underlying ordinance allows a taller building. We do have 26% open space, which exceeds the underlying zoning ordinance. As Mr. Ross had stated, this is Zone C2. There is a special use permit requirement for mini storage. We are surrounded by other commercial uses, and future land use plan has all of the surrounding properties for commercial use as well. Obviously, a project of this nature will have no impact on schools, parks, or other county services. We have been working with the fire marshal in regards to his ability or its ability to maneuver through the site. And as staff had noted, the current existing facility is about 47,000 square feet. We will add another story to that, so there'll be a total of 94,000 square feet. There will also be a standalone facility of about 21,000 square feet, and there will be a 2,000 square foot office space. This project will be developed in phases. The initial phase will likely commence in about a year. And if you're not familiar with the applicant is from Charleston, South Carolina. They've been in business since 1991. They manage and oversee about 5.1 million square feet of commercial mini storage space. They're well respected in their community, and they're located mostly in the southeast. This project will be managed on a 24/7 basis. There will be managers on site 24/7. The market for this particular use is very strong in this area. It will not only assist individuals, former military or current military, those serving the federal government on the civil side, but also small businesses. Their market analysis, I think, bodes well for what's happening in Spotsylvania County. Strong small business growth attracts businesses of this nature. From a transportation perspective, the prior use actually generated more traffic from our recreational facility than what this use will generate, so that's a positive. Staff had noted this has direct access to Route 3, right in, right out, and also to the intersection at 5 Mile Fork Road, which is a light intersection. Fiscal impact, which is always important to projects of this nature. At full build-out, this project will generate approximately $54,000 a year in annual tax revenue for the county, about $2,400 in B-poll tax, and there will be a $6.3 million investment in construction, which will generate about 215 construction jobs. We have seen and reviewed staff comments. We're in agreement with them. And last but not least, this project is in a conformance with your comprehensive plan. It is located within your primary development area. Future use, as I stated, is commercial for all surrounding properties, and obviously we don't need a rezoning for this use. It is zoned C2, and this project will generate positive tax revenue, which is also part of your comprehensive plan. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Amy?
There are no citizens signed up to speak.
Anybody that did not sign up that would like to speak on this subject? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any other comments from the board? The applicant like to...
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Any comment?
Would that include with the recommended conditions?
Sure. Motion to approve with the recommended conditions. You bet.
Call the question.
Seven yes.
Mr. Chairman, board members, next is the FY 2017 to 2022 secondary six-year plan, joint public hearing with VDOT. Ed is going to cover the opening of the public hearing.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Following the public hearing, staff recommends approval of the resolution approving VDOT's 2017 to 2022 secondary six-year plan. The secondary six-year plan is a secondary road transportation development plan that is presented to the Board of Supervisors and is also vetted through the Transportation Committee. The plan includes VDOT's proposed secondary construction budget of $443,899 for FY 2017, and it outlines the projects prioritized by the board in previous years for completion with allocated funding. There are no new projects as recommended by the Board of Supervisors last year and further approved by the Transportation Committee. The funds that are to be allocated are for current projects to complete the existing priorities rather than add any additional projects.
Any comments from the board? This is our public hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's open the public hearing. Does anybody sign up to speak?
No, sir.
Anybody that did not sign up would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any other comments? Mr. Yakubowski?
Yes, thank you. I think it's worthwhile to note that the state has reduced our secondary six-year plan funding down to less than $500,000, and that's to do everything. The state is responsible for roads, and yet we do not see that here in our county. Driving up north, you do see a lot of extra money that was found to repair the already screwed up hot lanes, which, of course, the private sector is now fighting to get those extended down to us, which we're always the ones that were promised fixes in the future. Don't worry, we'll take care of you, and it never comes true. And some of it is our own doing, too, quite honestly. We are getting the Rappahannock River Bridge expansion. That is happening. Fredericksburg is getting Fall Hill Avenue expanded. Stafford is getting, well, they already got the Falmouth Interchange and Route 17 done, and Spotsylvania has nothing. We got Route 3 widened, but that was federal funds. We're getting Harrison Road intersection with Route 1. We're getting an intersection fixed. But that's all. And we ask our taxpayers to pay for bonds to do transportation fixes. The little money that we're able to get from developers with proffers are almost always tried to, at least the ones that I work on, to get them designated for transportation. So we have a serious problem. And while this issue is not going to be taken care of by the state, the county is going to have to step up. I would recommend that we look long and hard at where we spend our money. The J-ramp is a great example. That's a 3-year project now that the feds have basically said, it's a problem, 126, it's a mess. You're going to pay for it, but if you don't pay for other fixes in that area, then we won't let you do it. So our taxpayers are going to pony up. The latest cost was $27 million to do that. And yet the feds aren't kicking in a dime, the state can't kick in a dime, and yet we're being told that an intersection that's already failing, that already has a sign up saying watch for stopped vehicles, that somebody is going to get hurt seriously there at some point. The feds refuse to work along with us. And I would like to see us make a priority for our transportation dollars to go to move our folks around our county. And basically, if you get on 95 and it is a mess, you should call your congressman, you should call your state senator, state delegate, your governor, call them all and talk to them about the mess that they have made and the refusal that they have to bring dollars down our way. But as for me, I think that as long as it comes with or it comes from local taxpayers in the form of bonds and other issues, we should take care of our local roads. So 95 is a parking lot, but you get off and you can move through our county. Thank you.
Any other comments? So we have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Any comments? Call the question.
Seven yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Next, Mr. Chairman, is a public hearing necessary to the recordation of restrictive covenants for the Livingston landfill wetland mitigation site.
Good evening. My name is Ben Loveday from the Department of Utilities and Public Works. Staff is reporting a closeout of the monitoring associated with the Livingston landfill mitigation site, and that requires recordation of a restrictive covenant to protect the wetland area from any type of future encroachment. Staff recommends that the board authorize adoption of the restrictive covenants after public hearing tonight.
Any board comments? Okay, open the public hearing.
There are no citizens signed up to speak.
Anybody that did not sign up would like to speak on the subject? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any board comments? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Any comments? Call the question.
Seven yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that completes our public hearing business for the evening and should take us back to the discussion on the...
Can we hold off on that until we get through these other two issues? That's going to be a longer discussion. I know we have people waiting.
Next then is the item on advantages of NACO and VACO membership, and that was coordinated by Rose Hayward, our HR director. Push the button on the microphone, please, Rose, and the floor computer, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Recently, we had some questions about the advantages of VACO and NACO, which is our Virginia Association of Counties and our National Association of Counties. And who better than to speak to that? Then we actually have a couple of people here to from those two organizations that can speak to you directly about what the advantages and benefits are of the county being members of those organizations. To my left is Jim Campbell. He's the executive director of VACO. And then also behind us, we have Dean Lynch, who is the deputy executive director of VACO, and then also Andrew Goldschmidt, who's the membership director of NACO. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Campbell, and then he will do a brief presentation and then answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We appreciate the opportunity to be here and share with you the advantages and values of your membership of the Virginia Association of Counties, we'll refer to as VACO, and as well as the National Association of Counties that we'll refer to as NACO. Got a brief overview, and then we're going to get down to the specifics as to Spotsylvania County, if you will. VACO exists to support county officials like yourselves so that you can effectively represent, promote, and protect the interests of your counties and better serve the people in your community. That's our mission statement. We see three primary functions of VACO as advocacy, education and leadership development for county officials, technical assistance, and member services. Advocacy includes participation in the VACO steering committees, which together create the legislative program that VACO supports each year during the legislative session at the General Assembly, as well as the National Association. Several members of the board are participating in the VACO steering committees at this point. They develop the legislative program and provide direction for the staff to carry out the missions of the association. Advocacy also at the state level is the General Assembly, legislative studies, and there are lots of agencies doing rulemaking, and we try to represent the interest of county governments during that process there. At the federal level, We assist NACO in congressional representation and agency rulemaking as well. Leadership and development, real quickly, we have a number of educational programs and publications. Education includes our annual conference in November, supervisor certification program, which is a specialized 5-course program to help you enhance your ability to serve your citizens. A Chairs Institute designed just to help the chairs and vice chairs conduct their business. Supervisors Forum, and I believe several of you attended our Supervisors Forum this past January. We have a summer meeting coming up and always address ad hoc seminars and training as the issues come up. We have a leadership training series and regional meetings, which you'll hear more about in a few minutes. We have a number of publications, newsletters that we share with the information with you as county officials, briefing papers. We do a yearly tax rate study, which your Commissioner of Revenue hopefully considered as a resource when she did her report earlier tonight. We've had a directory in the past. We have a supervisor's manual that I believe each of you use as a resource at this point, and a number of specialized publications such as the board meeting procedures. Under technical assistance, we have assistance and surveys, provided limited on-site consulting services for issues, some legal and financial consultations, programmatic, etc. Technical assistance, surveys and assessments. We do a salary survey each year. Fiscal data collection to help prepare for our representation before the General Assembly, and revenue and tax data. Member services, this is a big area. We have member services for your county, we have member services for your employees, and for your citizens. Very quickly, we just, for your county, we have our insurance programs, VACORP, which provide a number of insurance programs since 1993, including property and liability, automobile coverage, workers' comp, line of duty coverage, which Spotsylvania is taking advantage of, and most recently, the Virginia Local Disability Program option for your hybrid employees. Also for your county, I almost hesitate to get into this area here. We worked with Virginia Municipal League to create a VACO VML finance program in 2003, and that is a program that provides some tools for financing. We started out with bond financing. We now have some short-term financing through letters of credit, lease purchase financing. We have the OPEB trust, which your school division is taking advantage of to account for your OPEB liabilities. And most recently, we have created the Virginia Investment Pool, which is a vehicle to allow your treasurer to better invest some short-term money. All of these are available. All of these are just tools available. Hypothetically, if you might need to build an animal shelter or buy school buses, we encourage you to consider some of these financing tools that you may want to use in your financing doing. For your county also, U.S. Communities, a cooperative purchasing system which allows you to purchase off of national contracts and save your procurement officer lots of effort because these have already been adequately bid to meet the Virginia procurement laws. Have been in existence since 1996, and these are some of the products and services that you can get off of these already bid projects, contracts nationwide. The savings are fairly dramatic, and the savings in your efforts to go through the procurement process are even better. We also have a reverse auction situation where you can dispose of your surplus equipment or excess equipment. Online auction just for that purpose. Been a very popular program in the past. Now we have programs for your employees, if you will. The Nationwide Retirement Solutions offers a deferred compensation program since 1990, allowing you to, or allowing your employees to defer a portion of their compensation to better prepare for their retirement and supplement their retirement programs and their Social Security efforts. For your citizens, National Association of Counties has a prescription drug discount card program, which Andrew will get into a little bit better, that you are currently taking a great deal of advantage of. We also have a dental discount program offered through the NACO, health discount programs, and the U.S. Communities program for your citizens. And how does it affect the citizens? Your nonprofits throughout the entire county can also purchase on the U.S. Communities contracts. Your fire departments, your rescue squads, your PTAs, Lions Club, whatever your Little League, any of those folks can take advantage of the U.S. Communities contracts as well, and it provides a great savings for your citizens there. As I just said, the U.S. Communities project, all of these nonprofits can purchase any of these off of any of these contracts as well as your county. Again, that's our purpose, is to help you promote and help you run the county more efficiently to better serve your citizens. That is my brief overview, and I'm going to ask Dean Lynch if he will go ahead and address some of the specifics that VACO has as to Spotsylvania's programs.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. Drill down just a little bit now into Spotsylvania County and what VACO does and how you participate in your state association. First, let me talk about, I am speaking from a 4-page document that you probably have at your desk. Feel free to ask some questions about that or look at that, take it home. First off is leadership development. Leadership development is / education. That is our education program. We try to put many programs together throughout the year. And in this past year, 2016, we did have a featured Spotsylvania speaker at our Chairpersons Institute. We're supposed to have, actually. I think Kathy was supposed to be our featured speaker. She was a featured speaker in 2015 and 2014. Thank you for that, for participating. But you know, you kind of get in what you get out of it, and we feel like that by Kathy coming over and being a part of this, you know, our new soups and chairs get a lot out. 2014, 2015, you have 2 committee members that participate in our VACO steering committees. Former Supervisor Heidig was a member of the Environmental and Agricultural Committee, and Supervisor Paul Trampy for the last 3 years, and I've got to say, excellent attendance, has only missed maybe 1 meeting in the last 3 years of our Finance Committee. A very, very good member of that Finance Committee, putting forward our legislative platform. Moving on just a little bit about legislative advocacy. It's kind of interesting that this is probably one of the only boards that I could speak to around the state where you have a resident legislator sitting up the dais with Delegate Cole. Delegate Cole, I see him just about every day through our finance work together. But he is a good advocate for Spotsylvania County and a good advocate for Virginia counties. Let me talk about just a couple of 3 things that we have been successful on this past year. Number 1 is, let me point your attention to the fines and fees. We lobbied successfully for the elimination of the fines and fees. If you don't know what fines and fees are, your general district court clerk was collecting all the fines and fees from criminal offenses, sending them to Richmond. Richmond was keeping them for 30 to 60 to 90 days and then turning around and sending them back to you. Now, the state was making money off that. You were not making any money off that. So we argued and lobbied for the elimination of that, and that passed successfully. So that is gone. That practice, terrible practice, will not happen again. Number 2, line of duty. We lobbied successfully to revise the line of duty. As you may remember, the line of duty was implemented several years ago in the last second of the House Appropriations and Senate Finance Conference reports. What that did was that mandated that local government was going to be paying the bill for line of duty from that point on. The state was no longer going to pick up that tab. So we lobbied this year to revise a portion of that line of duty benefit legislation. Instead of taking it totally out of the budget, we had it put in statute. We're working right now with the administration and with the House Appropriations staff, and House Finance staff, and Senate Finance to develop an insurance program to provide those long-term benefits, insurance benefits, through a state program. Something that would be similar to the state's COVICare. We're going to probably be looking at something called local COVICare, and it should be offered through the state. Several other things that I'm not going to just jump into, but let me tell you about one of our top high priority issue was education funding this past year. We lobbied successfully to increase education funding. The standards of quality were fully funded, thanks in part to the delegate up here and many others like him. They saw a need to increase education funding statewide this year that's going out to all localities. That averages out to approximately a 6% increase in your local education budgets. Quickly, let me turn to civic engagement. This past year, as your state association, we did 9 regional meetings throughout the state. And in those regional meetings, we had an education portion, we had an advocacy portion. We asked legislators to come in and talk about their issues. And we gave a forum for members of the Board of Supervisors to share with us what we should be lobbying for in Richmond. Those were excellent sessions. We had 30 to 40 in attendance at each session, got some great ideas, brought those back to our steering committee who developed policy on them and put them in our legislative platform. And then we sought legislators to patron bills and try to get this legislation passed. So those were very important meetings, and I would encourage you, if you have not ever attended one of those regional meetings, one is coming to you this year. So I encourage you to be a part of that. Member services, let me talk about some numbers real quick. Jim had already talked about the VACORP. Just on page 3, if you're following along with me, in 2015, Spotsylvania County saved $107,403 in savings just by choosing VACORP workers' comp. In 2016, the estimated savings that you're going to receive through the workers' comp program is almost $120,000. Property and casualty through VACORP, the dividends in FY 2009 through 2016 going to Spotsylvania County is approximately $104,000. Line of duty, I already mentioned about line of duty. The savings through the VACORP line of duty program just in FY 16 was $261,000 over the cost you would have paid for VRS, the mandated VRS program. The estimate in 2017, the savings you're expected to receive is close to $300,000 in going with the VACORP program over the VRS program. You do participate in the VACO VML finance program that Jim had already mentioned, and it's your school system. So your school system has put in $2.7 million into the OPEB program, which is the Other Post-Employment Benefits Program, which is a plus for the school system, and they are receiving some earnings. Moving on now, talk about dues, VACO dues. What are the VACO dues? It's 21 cents per capita. It was 21 cents per capita last year. It was 21 cents per capita the year before that. We have not increased dues in at least 3 years and are not expecting to increase dues this year either. The total cost for your state association to participate and be a part of all these great programs through your state association, the advocacy piece, the education piece, is $27,000. I didn't list all the services that we provide and all the services that we work together with Spotsylvania on. They're listed here on the back page too, and I'll be happy to answer some additional things. But as your state association, let me encourage you to be a part and contribute. We can only be as good as our members want us to be. We can only be as strong with all of our counties together. There's a huge need for all of our counties to band together and work on legislation, whether it be to support, continue the moratorium on annexation, whether it's dealing with funding. But we all as counties work better together. And I would encourage you to get into your state association if you haven't been to any of our meetings and especially participate in the advocacy and the regional meetings that we're trying to get established statewide. There's one more piece that we deal with VACO, and that's with NACO. As our national association, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew, let Andrew talk a little bit about the services that NACO provides.
Thank you. Thank you to the board and staff for making time to hear from both our organizations. We definitely work hand in hand, and we appreciate the time to talk about the benefits. Before you have a full folder with comprehensive amount of brochures, so in the matter of time I won't elaborate too much on that, but what I would like to point to is the document that I have on top, the Participation Benefits Report, which is a two-sided document, and just go over some of the direct benefits to Spotsylvania County. We do advocate on your behalf before the federal government. Some of the programs that are detailed here with significant funding are the Payment in lieu of taxes program, where you have to administer services to public lands that reside within your county and are not compensated by the federal government. So we fight for that funding to be compensated for you, and as you can see, it's quite a multiplier in excess of dues, as well as the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program. If you have to house illegal aliens within your prisons, you have to administer services to them. We do fight for the funding that you're rightly compensated for the county and for your taxpayers to compensate for those services that have to be provided in your jail system. There are also a significant amount of funding from the USDA-RD program, which is a rural development matching grants, which helps the economy of the county, and I've heard some things earlier that may even be in that realm. So that's a significant program on the advocacy side as well. We have directly assisted staff or officials in the county over the last 3 years 13 times. So that's folks, on the phone or via conference call or what have you, to assist directly to specific Spotsylvania County needs. We do have that nationally bid cooperative purchasing program that we mentioned that NACO administers in conjunction with the Virginia Association of Counties. There has been about 13,000 plus savings, although I would encourage you to take a look at that program because that can save the county bottom line money on a variety of products and services that are actually decided upon by your county peers that are the most pertinent products that the county needs. A very significant program is the NACO Live Healthy discount program, which the county has had in place to help the county's residents with their prescription prices. Almost $2.9 million has been saved on that program alone to help the county residents themselves, our taxpayers, with their prescription prices. And we have added a discount, very low, this is a free program and free as part of your NACO membership, but we have added a discount dental program and a discount health program that helps for services that are not covered by ACA. So it's a tremendous program as well. The county has received a prestigious achievement award in recognition of your efforts. Just within the past year, there's a 2015 Achievement Award. 7 county officials and staff have attended NACO conferences over the last 3 years. 3 webinar attendance from the county as well on some very targeted webinar programs which come to you at the county, so you don't have to travel to any conference. You can see those right at your desk via GoToMeeting, which is our platform for video conferencing, PowerPoint, audio, video, so you get training right at your desktop. There is board and committee participation, as you can see, 2 committee participations, and of course you do get our a variety of our publications. So the savings and the advocacy results in multi-million dollars to the county, and yet the dues are figured as 2 cents times your 2010 census population, so they're $1,814. I think that you'll see that the ROI investment in your NACO membership and your VACO membership, as outlined by both Jim and Dean, is a good ROI investment when you look at the bottom line. So with that, I will wrap up to see if we
Mr. Chairman, we appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of the benefits of your membership of both organizations and stand ready to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions? Mr. Trampy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few comments. I want to start with one concern, which I hope you'll take back to your board. I recognize that you don't control your board, you work for them, but perhaps you can be the messenger. I was concerned at the last VACO conference in November Supervisor Thomas of Stafford was up for a position on the governing board. And as I understand it, his opposition was allowed to break all precedent and give a presentation before the board, which would be deciding on its new member. And someone in the room texted Supervisor Thomas, "You better get up here." And so he arrived out of breath and with no presentation planned and spoke off the cuff as best he could. Not surprisingly, he did not get the position. I would add, he is our region's representative. I don't know the names of all of your boards, but he's our region's representative on a lower board, I guess it is. And our region had already voted to put Supervisor Brabo from King George in his position if he moved up, which he didn't. And it's the nature of being elected officials that just because they're both young doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be around for a long time. However, they were both given a new 4-year term earlier that month. And I just think it's a bad idea for any organization which relies on volunteers to discourage young and eager volunteers. So if you'll pass along that concern to your board, I'd appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just respond to Mr. Trampy's comments there. Certainly, Mr. Thomas does represent your Region 7 on our Board of Directors very effectively. He did show some interest in serving as an officer last year. He is currently serving on our Budget Committee, has for 3 years now served on our Budget Committee. And I'm going to take responsibility for maybe not fully educating him on the nomination process, which he got caught up in, and we'll certainly take that forward.
Thank you. A few other comments. I may be responding to anticipating arguments that some of my colleagues might make based on past years. Last year, we gave you last year off. I think we called you here 3 years in a row, but we gave you last year off. But some of the comments previous times when you've been here, I wanted to respond in advance to. I understand the point that it's not the same thing when you have a taxpayer-paid organization lobbying another taxpayer-paid organization. You have one level of government lobbying another level of government, and that's different than when someone uses their own resources to do it. And I understand that concern. There are, as you and Dean have pointed out, you do a lot of other things besides lobbying. I do think advocacy is probably your main function. We just voted to join U.S. Communities and the Virginia Investment Pool, I think in January. It was on the consent agenda, so I'm not sure everybody recalls that. Your information sharing is certainly valued. When I was a supervisor-elect, I got a lot out of your training session that you held for all new supervisors. Even though there may be some discomfort with one level of government lobbying another level of government, I think just as a practical matter, it's necessary and it's beneficial to Spotsylvania. The point has often been made that, well, our state legislatures are supposed to be representing us in the state government, but I would point out that, for example, Mr. Cole and Senator Reeves also represent the city of Fredericksburg, and many of the issues on which VACO lobbies feature attempting to have counties treated equitably with cities. The Constitution of the Commonwealth tends to favor cities, so that can be an uphill battle many times. But when those issues come up, Mr. Cole, Senator Reeves, and whoever else represents a city has to represent both constituencies, whereas VACO just represents us. So that lobbying is appreciated. I think you have, what is it, 94 counties as members currently?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So VACO is going to be around. They're going to be up there lobbying for whatever their members say they should be lobbying for, whether Spotsylvania is a member or not. So I think it's in our interest to be a part of that and to try and influence what they are lobbying on. And I've commented before this board before. My first year on the Finance Committee, I proposed 3 resolutions. One of them lost 13-1. One of them lost 12-2. One of them lost 9-5. But the next year, the one that had lost 9-5 was passed unanimously. That resolution was to remove raising revenue as a goal of state tax reform. I also recently had a resolution passed to change the request on meals taxation from requesting counties have the power to pass a meals tax to fair treatment for cities or counties. If they want to remove it from cities, that's fine. That was my position, and that resolution also passed. So I think it's important that our voice be heard. There is kind of an inherent trend for those who believe in bigger government to want to be members of an organization like VACO, and I understand that tendency. On the other hand, although Virginia is a purple state, if you took out the populations of the cities, Richmond, Fredericksburg, Alexandria, and the other independent cities who are not part of VACO, Virginia would be a very red state. So why has VACO not been as conservative as some of us might have liked? It's because of a lack of participation by people like me, or people with my views. I made comments previously that the first regional meeting that I attended, Benny Pitts was there, a couple folks from Caroline County were there, and that was all. And I commented publicly on that here, and commented that the worst thing to do is to pay your dues and then not participate, because then you're just wasting your taxpayers' money. And since that time, this past November, 5 of Stafford's 7 supervisors were there. So I don't know whether my comments had anything to do with it, but they're now participating far more than we are, to their credit. So even though I'm not entirely comfortable with one level of government lobbying another, I believe as a practical matter, the Spotsylvania gets back more from the dues it pays, gets back more than the amount of the dues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Mr. Benton?
Got a few for you. Sorry. I guess I'll let you know I'm not a fan from the get-go, so I'll give you heads up on that. Specifically, do you have specifics that Spotsylvania uses right now? I mean, workman's comp, yes. But
Dean, you got those specifics.
Specifically,
as far as dollar amounts is what you're talking about?
Just programs?
Programs that
Programs,
that we
okay.
use.
Sure, sure.
Okay, education programs, you do have members that go to those education programs, participate in that. These education programs are put on by VACO. Number two, you are involved in the advocacy programs. Serve on a steering committee. Faithful member of that steering committee, the finance steering committee, is Supervisor Trampy. Number three, you're a part of VACORP. VACORP provides your workers' comp programs.
Workers' comp and property and casualty and the LODA program.
Well, excuse me, just as long as you're on that topic, I was going to follow up with you. Can you say how much we pay for each one of those that we are members of annually?
I do not have your premium amounts. I have your savings amounts.
Well, that's irrelevant. I want to know how much we pay each year.
We can get that to you,
Okay.
sir. Okay?
Well, and these are just farmed out by you, right?
And the VACO VML finance.
No, they're not farmed out by us. We've actually created our own insurance company for all the counties in Virginia. So we're a self-insured pool that you pay a premium or contribution to. We pay the claims on, and you receive the savings for that participation there, sir.
Because I've always heard we're self-insured, so basically we pay you money and you divvy it out. Is that about right?
You pay a contribution into the pool, and any claims that you have are administered through our program. Yes, sir.
Over and above what we pay you? If we give you $1 million and we have $2 million in claims, I'm trying to get an understanding where
To answer that question, yes, sir. If you pay $1 million in premium and have $2 million in claims, yes, we'll pay all those claims by the dollars that are collected from across Virginia that build that pool of self-insured counties.
And that's not only workers' comp, but that's also line of duty also.
And property and casualty.
When you say line of duty, what do you mean by line of duty? Line of duty death benefits?
Death benefits and insurance benefits for those first responders who are injured or killed or permanently injured in an accident while performing their
right,
duty.
I understand. But we pay into that too, right?
You do.
Yes, sir.
And the line of duty was formerly a state function. State
Correct.
paid it all. And they mandated that local governments pick up the tab for that.
Right.
In whole.
Okay. What would you say your primary function is? I mean, are you lobbyist or lobbyist / just?
Our primary function is being your state association and providing you services in education. If you want education services, we do a Chairs Institute. We do regional meetings, we do specific workshops, we do things that will highlight, that will educate you or your staff. Number two, we do advocacy. Number three, we do member services, which we talked about. And number four, we're starting this whole new thing of doing regional meetings, trying to get more of our members involved in the programs and the activities that we do statewide.
I just find Spotsylvania, I'm just speaking as far as my opinion that I've seen. I mean, you mentioned 10 folks participating, and 7 of them within the last 3 years. That's not many of a county our size. And with as many departments and folks that we have, I'm concerned about that and how much use we're actually putting in. The advocacy I'm absolutely against. We should be our own advocates. We should be loading up and going down there and speaking for ourselves and for Spotsylvania County. Why we don't do that, I don't know, but I guess I'll be starting. But that's part of the problem with I guess primarily the federal government. You have so many lobbyists down there giving out so much money and doing so many things that.
May I say that we do not have a PAC.
Okay.
We don't have a PAC. We don't give money to lawmakers.
Okay.
The way that we have been able to really put the county's issues forward is developing alliances. with other groups, trying to find, especially maybe the chiefs of police or the sheriff's association or school teachers groups, lobbying for additional education money. That's how we are able to put the county issues forward. Is not just VACO, it's not just Virginia Municipal League. It's other groups that we can put together. Many counties come up and speak, and we've got to have that.
All right. All right. Then again, you're just similar to a union where you're using your numbers, whether they participate or not, in influencing legislation.
Actually,
whether
Mr.
we want it or not.
Mr. Benton, if I may, we find that a number of legislators, possibly the exception possibly in here, may not understand all of the impact that some of the legislation that they're considering has on county government, and we're there to help explain that to them. So, I think it's important that they understand those types of things. Delegate Cole has done a good job of understanding how counties operate and what the relationship is with the state, but there are a number of legislators that do not have that deep an understanding.
This past year, there were close to 3,000 bills put in, and out of those 3,000 bills, probably about 2,200 touched local government in some form or fashion. And, and we had to work double time trying to understand those bills, trying to write up those bills. If you haven't looked at our capital contact, our capital connections, we try to put out this information for all of our members to try to educate them on what these bills are, the fiscal impact of these bills. And then once we can get with you and get your take on some of this stuff, then we can go to Delegate Cole and people like Delegate Cole and share the county's information so that they can actually legislate. And have, and do it well.
Or is there anything you've brought specifically that, as far as for Spotsylvania County, towards any of the legislatures?
As far as Spotsylvania County, as I mentioned, fines and fees that impacts Spotsylvania County. Line of duty impacts Spotsylvania County.
I believe the annexation issue you had a position on, if I'm not mistaken, that you were opposed to any annexation. In this past session, the annexation moratorium was extended.
It was. And the standards of quality, fully funded, huge education issue for Spotsylvania County too. And I think I just heard Supervisor Trampy mention a new issue or an issue that we talked about last year that will probably be at the forefront this year of equal taxation to some form, or treating counties and cities equally as far as revenue. And that will probably be one of our huge issues going forward this next year in 2017 session.
Okay. Well, what do we have to be in membership to enjoy any of these?
You have to enjoy and be a part and share your experience. We need to have you there. We need to have you at the table. We need to have you participating in the educational programs. As far as some of the other programs, like the workers' comp program or some of those programs, you don't necessarily have to be a VACO member. But you've got to realize that these programs were started by all counties participating. And we would hope you would want to continue to be a participating member and sharing in those benefits that you enjoy and that other counties enjoy can only be done by all the counties sharing together and being part of those programs.
But you're saying that we don't have to be a member to enjoy those benefits.
You don't have to be a member to enjoy those workers' comp and those insurance benefits. But that's not all we do. Without the education, without the advocacy, without the other participation, you wouldn't benefit from that.
Again, I'm just speaking for myself. I'm
I
not for lobbying.
I understand.
Except when we go down there as a group or ourselves. I think I can speak a whole lot louder than I know if I was in Richmond or D.C. Really, the last folks I want to hear is lobbyists, to be quite honest.
And Supervisor Benton, one of the things with legislation and understanding how things work, and Delegate Cole can tell you this, he can put in bills, patron bills all day long, but he's got to have 99 other people, or at least a majority of those people agreeing with him, and he has to build alliances within his own body to get bills passed, and we have to do the same thing, and that's why I say that. We're 94 counties strong,
And, you know, and it's, you know, hopefully you will choose to participate and be a part of that. And we need your voice. I mean, if you've got a differing voice, you know, that's okay. We need to have that.
We've had a voice for as long as I can remember. It's usually roads, schools, and public safety.
Core services.
And it's
Core
the same.
services, sir.
It's the same stuff year after year after year, and
Those are core services that locals pay for.
then what's taking so long?
We look forward to you being down in Richmond this next session and helping us out a little bit.
Okay.
Your voice will be very, very valuable.
I think NACO wanted to say one more.
I just want to say that we are political, but we are nonpartisan, and VACO would be the same way. So I appreciate your comments in regards to, we welcome all voices. We want you to be involved. That's how you influence the consent agenda that goes up to our, whether it's the federal government or the state government. And although the legislative, you know, obviously it's a collective, you know, we will continue to lobby, but, you know, I think that we would not exist if we didn't have the support of our members, so we want everybody's support. And both with VACO and NACO, we have programs that are exclusive to membership. So there are programs that you cannot participate in unless you are a member of our organization. So, you know, we hopefully outlined some of the ROI that's compelling today. And we are here to serve you, and we're here to serve you in a customized way, too. So if there are particular issues or people that we can connect you with that have specific issues for the county itself, then that's our job, too, as well.
So what do you offer that is exclusive to membership?
The Live Healthy discount program that's helped the residents with their prescription prices is an exclusive member benefit. So that program is a benefit of you being a member of our organization and exclusive to being a member. And we also have the Achievement Awards, which you've won over the past year. Again, that also is a member-exclusive program. Webinars are member-exclusive. You have to log in as a member to get the training and education. And other things are significantly discounted based on your membership, like conference attendance. So significant savings on those as well.
Are we taking advantage of Live Healthy?
Yes, you are. There's $3 million has been saved by the county residents since the inception of the program in Spotsylvania County specifically. $650 million has been saved nationwide on that program. 47 million prescriptions, 1,400 counties are part of that program. And specifically in Spotsylvania County, almost $3 million, $2.9 million. It's on the sheet in the
Is this
front
open
bottom
for
right.
anybody in our community?
That's right. Anytime a prescription is not covered by insurance, then a resident can use the discount card at the participating pharmacy, and most of the pharmacies in the United States are part of our network. In fact, I use the card myself, just to give a personal example, and I'm a county resident. I've lived in Virginia counties. I now currently live in Montgomery County, Maryland, but I've lived in Prince William County, Fairfax County, so I'm a county guy in my personal life as well as my professional life. But I actually have 2 prescriptions. One is covered by my copay, a $3 90-day supply copay, but I have one that's not on formulary, and I actually use the county discount card, get a 33% discount on that particular 90-day supply. So it's real money to real taxpayers. It's a good program.
Okay. I just
haven't
heard anything from the community as far as how it's getting out there. I don't know.
I did mention to Rose, and I've discussed with Rose, that there are, we provide all the marketing and support to the program, so there's certainly some things that we can do to re-emphasize the program to the public. We provide all the printed materials. We have a website that can print the cards. The residents can print the cards right off the website, and we can ship it to locations. You give us a list of 20 locations, for example, or county hospital, county library. We can ship boxes of cards to those locations with the supervisors, letter from the supervisors with the county seal or county name, as we have done previously. And it's a good program to help our constituents.
Have we done anything like that for our community?
Local CVS, you'll probably see it. Now that your awareness is heightened, if you go to a local CVS and you go to the pharmacy, there's usually a display right there. Not to pitch CVS specifically, but Walgreens probably has the same type of setup. But we certainly can do more to make sure that people are educated about the program and that they're aware of it as well.
Because I don't think we're doing that at all.
So I got a couple questions for you. Follow up there as well. And, you know, you're asking a lot of the same questions we asked first 3 years. And so again, you talk about savings, but based on what? Do we compete our workman's comp and the insurance programs each year? Or how often do we go in competition and look and see if there's other nationwide or some other insurance company that maybe give us a better service?
We don't annually. I will tell you that that is something that is a consideration at this point, because as was expressed earlier, we have had some concerns with the level of service. And we've been working with VACORP specifically and some of the leadership there. We've had them in to talk about the services they provide and that type of thing. And that is something that we're looking to do.
So I would like to see is what we're paying each year for workman's comp, casualty, line of duty, all these different insurance policies, because you're telling me a savings based on what? It's got to be compared to something. So it's compared to another insurance company, another somebody that's in order to give us that savings. So I'd like to find out what that was. And when was the last time we actually went and competed these workman's comp or these different insurance plans is what they are. And again, Mr. Benton, you asked a question about what VACO is. 4 years ago, I said it's an insurance company because the bulk of their stuff is insurance related. And I think we need to look at that. And my follow-up question was going to be, has there been any complaints about the service provided from these insurance policies? There has. And,
There
and
has with workers' comp. I'm not aware of complaints with some of the other pieces of the insurance programs, but with
So if we
workers'
could
comp,
look at that, could you maybe potentially get to the board what those complaints have been recently, and is it a trend? Is it something that's been occurring on a regular basis that we need to potentially find another source? And then what is our plan to compete these items, potentially to actually see additional savings besides what's being presented here?
Okay.
And the insurance card, I mean, I think most organizations offer that now. Walmart has one, Target has one. A lot of organizations have very similar insurance cards and companies. So we're not locked into that particular one. It's just another opportunity that maybe can consolidate it. And I think those were how much we pay. And again, I was just going to point out that Benny Pitts is no longer on the Board of Supervisor, but you got him on your sheet. So a little attention to detail is good.
Apologize for that. And I did.
And then
I did lean over.
Well, he actually is a county employee. I believe he's a.
But he's not a member of the VACO, is he?
But that's a NACO list there.
Yeah, but
He's
you
on
want
the
him
he's on the NACO steering committee.
That committee, he can still participate even if he's not an elected
as a
official.
county
Not all
employee.
steering committees are elected officials, yeah.
So who appoints him to that? Who makes the appointments?
I guess the president of NACO does.
The president of NACO appoints the members of the county, the steering committee for NACO?
Yes, sir.
So how do we know when that's occurring? How do we know when a county employee or county resident's being appointed to something?
Well, you're receiving that information right now, as a matter of fact, because we are actually recruiting for appointments to occur in July. If the NACO materials have been submitted or online and give you an opportunity to make an application, the application
How
comes
would we
through-
know to do that? Other than you telling us right now that I can go online to NACO and apply for some committee, or anybody in the county can do that?
Well, not anybody in the county, any employee of the county. Any employee of the county are receiving the information.
We actually send out, if I could just intervene a bit, we actually do send out a notice to all of our membership via email that the availability of committees. And then we also notify the state associations who also notify the.
In my last one, we talked about payment in lieu of taxes. How come it's going down?
It's based on the amount of public lands that you have within the county.
Now, we didn't reduce the amount of public land.
Yeah.
So should we be getting more money?
Almost every year, they try to zero the program out, and we're the only organization that fights for that program. What's interesting about the advocacy is that, of course, you have to get a certain amount of votes throughout the country. And so in the West, where it's even much more prominent, where you're talking millions of dollars for public lands, they understand it, and then you have your federal officials in Congress and senators that understand it, and it's almost a no-brainer for them. But we have to educate the rest of the country where some counties get it and some don't, like Spotsylvania Spotsylvania County gets a significant amount, but there's other counties that don't get any. So it does help them educate that it is, it's really compensating for services that you have to provide those lands.
Right, you're saying we get a significant amount?
Well, I mean,
$15,000?
it's in relation to the overall budget, I realize it's a small amount.
I mean, I'm
but,
looking at, we have, what, how many park service, 8,000 acres, something like that? And we get $15,000?
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that you're concerned about the amount of PILT going down. That's a congressional issue because they're the ones that set that budget aside.
Well, you guys said you lobbied for us for that, so I'm pointing that out.
And we are lobbying for it, but,
Right. So lobby it the other way. So, Mr. Ross, I think you had some questions?
I do. I have a couple. So one, I was looking at your civic engagement, and it reminded me because it says, most importantly for Spotsylvania County, Jim Campbell spoke to the Board of Supervisors in 2012. And Jim, that was actually one of my most memorable. I really remember that meeting more than others, and it was a very good debate. So thank you for that. But for the other board members that weren't here, and it leads to a follow-up, Dr. Trampy mentioned one level of government lobbying against another level of government. And what happened in 2012, it was lobbying against our own people. And this is with the Property Rights Amendment for the Virginia State Constitution, which was what you came down here for in August of 2012. And it was a very good meeting. I remember football being discussed and going home and carrying them home and everything like that with Mr. Skinner. But so my big question and my concern here is you're not a PAC, but in that case, when you were lobbying against the Property Rights Amendment, which, by the way, it passed 74.5%, right? So an overwhelming bipartisan issue that it passed, and yet we have taxpayers that are paying into the county, which pays VACO dues, and you're lobbying against them. You might not be a PAC, but now when our residents are working, because they have to have jobs, you actually can sit in those committees and sit there and lobby against it. Do you have any regrets about your stance on our property rights amendment that ended up passing like 75%? And
Mr. Ross, I guess the only thing I can say is we lost that battle. We were directed to do that by our membership. Sometimes our membership.
And that wasn't our membership here, right? You know that.
Clearly understand that
Sure,
Spotsylvania
sure.
was on the other side of that one, but the rest of our membership directed us to do that. We did lose that battle, and we're moving on.
Gotcha. Well, again, this is, how could you address my concern? And that concern, I think, is a valid concern that you have residents paying taxes to pay dues that then get turned against them. That's just a concept that I just can't comprehend, and that's why, was trying to.
And I
take
appreciate
action
your
in 2012.
position. I appreciate your
So
position.
how do you reconcile that? Is it just because the membership asked, and is that being driven by those big counties, Fairfax and Norfolk, or?
Well, first of all, not Norfolk, certainly,
Okay.
but again, as a organization, the membership decides what positions to take.
Is that a weighted vote? So does every county get the same vote in those kinds of things, such as the property rights, or is it weighted by population or membership population?
When it comes to there are weighted votes occasionally on that particular issue. Dean, I can't remember. Did
It
we?
was a recommendation from a steering committee. Went through the steering committee. The people that were on the steering committee had one vote, regardless of what size county you were at. It was a one vote, and if and they stacked, they had more of the votes. So that became a proposal that went to our membership as a legislative platform issue, and it passed. It passed.
Okay.
And so that's one of the things that Supervisor Trampy was talking about, and that his first three resolutions that came up in VACO were voted down because he didn't have enough votes, in the steering committee. But the last three have all he figured out how to count the votes, in those committees, and he got those resolutions forward.
Nice work, Paul.
So
He did good.
So that's where active participation by all the members of the board play a big role.
Exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Benton?
Come on. I guess, Ms. Haywood, I would ask that you give them at least the two names, the firefighter that was entrapped.
We've already got some information. We're looking at that.
I hope so, because I don't like that
I understand.
at all. And the other gentleman that I had communications with you about, he has documentation on it, and it goes far beyond that stuff.
Well, we are in communication with them, and for the sake of their privacy and protecting their HIPAA
I understand.
rights, I don't want to mention it here, but they're aware of it, and we've had those
Right. Well, it concerns me. You know, when somebody's expecting a payment on the 1st, when my bills are due on the 1st, I don't want it on the 30th. You know, and that's being extreme, but it does me no good when it's past when my bills are due, and what you said you're going to pay it on, and I do have concerns there. I guess the last little thing: how is Goochland dropped out of VACO, right? Virginia Association of Counties.
They have chose not to participate. Yes, sir.
How are they surviving?
You'll have to ask them that, sir.
Did we get any? Did you by chance reach out to Goochland for any information from them, as far as not participating or anything like that? Okay. Still not convinced. I think you have a lot of educating to do and getting the messages out, at least for me to change my mind. You know, when we're not participating in your educational groups and your webinars and stuff, it does us no good. And yeah, I don't know why we're still active. And I think we can do the same things some of the same things anyway that you've offered, and probably get along just fine. And the few things that you've mentioned that we don't have to, that are exclusive to you, like say the healthy living or live healthy, others offer that same thing, like Mr. McLaughlin said.
Mr. Taylor, when are the dues due?
When are the dues due? I frankly do not know.
So when is the payment due for annual membership?
We'll be sending invoices out later this month, and July 1 is when
This
they're
is
due.
July 1st. That's a good opportunity. If we don't have our issues resolved with our personnel in the county, maybe we should withhold the payment as well. So they give them incentive to make sure we square away some of these issues that we have with our local members. Because I'm with you. I'm not a fan. So it hasn't proven to me that we're getting a lot of benefit for what we're paying. So I'd like to see some resolution before we make our next payment in July. So we can probably have another discussion on this later.
NACO's on a different cycle. We're on a calendar year basis, so we're due by January 1st. We send out our invoices at the end of the year. I just did want to add that our Live Healthy program went through a very comprehensive nationwide review process to come up with the best program. So it wasn't just signed on without a extensive process, which I could be glad to go into with you.
Any other comments? Mr. Yakubowski?
Thanks. First of all, thank you, gentlemen, for staying here so long. I noticed you were on the agenda for 4:30, and it's a little bit past. So thank you for your patience. I've yet to have to sit out there for 2.5 hours, but these chairs aren't very comfortable, so I can't imagine that those are. We did actually drop out of VACO back in my first term, and you know, it was that was right around the time that the prescription card came out. And you want to get some phone calls? You get phone calls when people had a prescription card and then didn't get a prescription card because we decided not to be part of NACO. And I remember those very clearly. The other thing, too, is, and correct me if I'm wrong, when the county was sued for the Planning Commission's actions this past year, didn't we have coverage with VACO? For the legal fees on that? Was it VACO, NACO, one of you guys?
Yeah. It was up to $25,000, correct?
Right.
Right. So that was a benefit right there. And did we use all that $25,000?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, wasn't that after we paid $25,000 of our own? So was any money come from VACO on that?
I'll have to check to see how much, if any, came from VACO. But we were covered, and that's something that can be obtained, that insurance. Again, that's separate from the actual VACO membership dues.
So we pay that as well. So we could get that figure as well.
But again, if, as I continue on, there are benefits that we do get. And the benefit is, and I'm not sure why there's such confusion, is when you have more than one person talking, it's louder. I mean, we're talking about our regional elected officials and our Planning District 16 getting together with our own agenda of legislative items. We do that for the sole purpose that the more voice that you have and the more actual pressure that you can put on, the better. I mean, it's the way that it works. Whether you like lobbyists or not, that's a whole different item. The problem that we have here at the locality is that you not only have the state stepping on us, but you have the feds stepping on us too. So unless we band together and try to get some of these issues, is it going to be perfect? No. You know, I didn't agree with the property rights issue either, but since then, done a pretty good job. So again, if it comes from the membership and it comes up, you know, we are the only ones to blame for not being involved in having that action taken. And so I would say that what we get out of, and again, here we have spent an hour and a half on basically $30,000 of taxpayer dollars that we use, which is not to say it's an insignificant amount of money, because every dollar we need to be watchful for. But when you look at the benefit of what you get, the $3 million in savings to our residents from the card, if there's another card out there and that's the only thing that we get, sure, let's go for it. But you know, there will be some hiccups, there will be some bumps, some things that we don't like. But I think overall, and I think Stafford is a great example, 5 of their members get involved, and they get involved for a reason. They understand the benefit of getting together. The High Growth Coalition is one in Nova. Getting I'm sorry, I can't remember it's the VRE, Amtrak, all those people put together. You put them together. Why? Well, obviously to lobby for the positions that they want. So I think overall and on balance, you know, a good job is done, but we do need to be mindful and make sure that our people are taken care of, and that, you know, we get what we expect to get out of it. And for now, I think that I think you do a pretty good job. But thank you again for staying on.
We have a saying that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I think that relates to what happens with the advocacy side. It's just the way things work, and we want to be at the table.
Any other comments?
Last one.
Mr. Benton?
I just asked, I'm going to say, well, if you could reach out to Goochland and just see if they've had any savings and what they've encountered not being a member of VACO. And then you can coordinate that with the responses Mr. McLaughlin has asked that they provide. I'd appreciate it. And like I say, I'm not going to make any motions right now, but I'll wait till all the information comes in, but I'm still not convinced. And like I say, when we're having issues, y'all may be talking, but apparently nothing's being done. And that's my biggest issue, especially when it comes to workman's comp and our employees being injured and then being stepped on. I have no tolerance for it whatsoever. And if you as overseers or whoever can't get something done, well, maybe we'll have to look somewhere else for somebody else to organize it and to oversee it, or do it ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any other comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move forward to the CBRC, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We have some CBRC members here.
I don't see any current CBRC members here. If there are any, please come forward. But just to kind of get things rolling on the CBRC, we don't have a formal presentation. There is no update from the CBRC itself. I talked to a few of the current members of the CBRC, and they have not held a meeting in many months. And in fact, there are currently 3 vacancies on the CBRC. And so It's right now, it's an inactive committee.
So some of the, based on that, and, you know, I think some of my understanding why it's fallen out a little bit is that they haven't felt like they've had support from the board, or that some of the direction was, they didn't agree with some of the direction. And I understand, because they are volunteers as well, and they've kind of had a falling out, and they understand why do the effort if they're not going to be supported by the board. But there was a suggestion made by a member of the community that maybe we use the CBRC structure and give them specific tasks or committees under there. One was, we've talked a number of times with the school board about potentially putting some committees together, working groups, to look at combining some of the staffs, whether it's legal or finance or buildings and grounds, and maybe we could use the CBRC structure to appoint maybe subcommittees under the CBRC that can report out and work with the schools and work with the county, and potentially come up with those solutions for, or do the research for combining those things, and give them very specific tasks, not necessarily a wide, broad, you know, a very broad mission, a very focused, specific task for a period of time, working with the school boards, or maybe particularly some other finance issues that we want them to look at. So that was what was brought up, and I thought it was a good idea, but I want to kind of bring that up to the board if there's any thoughts on that, or.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I'm just curious, what haven't we supported them on? Have they brought forward a presentation and said, we want to do this, and we said, no, thank you?
I think that was a lot of the discussion from the members that have come to me and said they're frustrated with the way some of the board and past board, and again, it's behind us at this point. So the question is now why they chose to not participate, and, you know, without pulling and pointing fingers at people, let's go ahead and move forward and decide what we're going to do with it. I mean, I like the idea of setting up subcommittees that can look at specific tasks assigned by the board. And I like the idea of working with school board chairman and, you know, putting a committee together that look at combining certain tasks or certain functions, whether it's legal, whether it's finance, whether it's procurement. I mean, these are very common tasks amongst it, but I don't know that any of us are experts in that given area. Maybe we get some of these, you pull them in specific people for a specific task under the CBRC, and they can go out and look at given areas and have experts do that over a specific period of time, and maybe report back to the two boards and come up with some solutions, whether it's worth combining or not, as opposed to such a broad citizens budget review, give them specific tasks. That's what I would recommend. Any other comments? Mr. Spula.
Yes, I don't want to be argumentative, but your statements that that they were not given specific tasks, I find to be not necessarily, I don't want to say untrue, but the fact of the matter is we tasked the CBRC to provide a review of the budget and provide that, put together a report, bring that report before the board, and that was due back in September, was never accomplished. For whatever reason, whether they disagreed with us or not, they were a board that reports to this board. And I served several years as chairman of that committee, and we upheld our responsibilities while I was on the committee. There are specific tasks. I would not like to dissolve the CBRC. I think there is a need for citizen review within the county organization, and the major review, as goes with our name, Citizens Budget Review Committee. We now have a brand new budget that's sitting here. We've discussed that budget in and out a whole bunch of times tonight. I think a specific task for the CBRC that could come forward would be to take the existing new budget, review that budget, to see if there are any improvements that could be made, anything to improve our spending, our management of our funds from the citizens' viewpoint, and put together a report and bring that report back in, say, September, October at the latest, so that any comments, constructive comments that they would have could be included in the county administrator's new budget. Having said that, there's vacancies on the board. Those vacancies existed because people were not appointed to fill them come 1 January. So I would suggest filling those vacancies and moving forward. But I'm just one member of this board. That's my opinion. I think there's a need and a use that the Citizens Budget Review Committee can be put forward to do. I just say that this board needs to make sure that if it's going to continue to exist, that they perform.
Any other comments? Mr. Benton?
I definitely don't think it should be dissolved. And I kind of like your ideas about maybe even kind of a combined committee where we have school board, non-interested parties, and then folks that at least some of us could put forward. And like I said, I'm interested in having all aspects of our government looked at some point or the other. You know, I've mentioned that study. I'm assuming that's going to be on next agenda, but yeah, I think I want us to be very open and very, like I say, that trigger word, now I can't even remember it, transparent. And I think when we have our citizens involved and looking through everything, you know, item by item, and some of our processes, you know, we got some very educated, professional, knowledgeable, career people out there that know the insides and outs of business and can certainly give us an outside perspective of how we're doing as a county and our functioning. You know, it doesn't have to be all departments, it doesn't have to be done all, you know, in 1 year for sure, but we could certainly take parts year by year to have them looked at. And by the time you rotate it all around, we're going back for review again. So I mean, I'm game. And I think it's important to continue.
Any other comments on the board? Mr. Skinner.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that throughout the years, the board has, with the Citizen Review Committee, I think they've worked very good with us. They've worked very good with the schools. So I'm not sure what the comment was about making them part of the committee. That's not the purpose. The purpose is to have the school board separate, this board separate, and have the Citizen Review Committee review what, you know, the schools are wide open, very transparent with what their budget is, and they've always been that way. And then we have had them look at that along with our own budget, and they report back to us. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not looking to add members from the school board or from another school to be on this. These are elected, these are appointees or people who come to us want to be on it, and they're the ones that are doing the job. And I would like to follow up on what Mr. Sabula said. You know, you know, maybe it's a lack of personnel, but we either get them filled or we don't, and then they got to follow through on the jobs.
I agree.
I think it's very, very important for us.
I think it's up to us to make sure that your billets are filled, that you have the CBRC members filled. And I think we should talk about, again, I'd like to discuss about whether it's the CBRC members on a specific task, whether it's to review the budget over, you know, review the past budget, take 30 days, look at potential opportunities, you know, prep for the follow-on budget. But I would like us to work with the school as a separate committee to start looking at the opportunities to combine services. And I think that's a great opportunity for an organization like that, whether it's a subtask or a subcommittee under the CBRC that could be formed for that. So based on it doesn't sound like anybody wants to terminate the CBRC. I would request that all members fill your membership, and then we'll have a discussion. We'll have possibly the chair and a couple members or one or two members of the board can meet with the new CBRC when it stands up and give direction. Any other comments? Okay. Next item.
Next item is a pay increase for planning commission members. Mr. Skinner had brought this forward.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've talked about this a couple weeks in a row. I've said that this planning commission has not had an increase in a very long time. They're currently working for $400 a month. I am proposing tonight to increase that in a 3-year phase. And for each year, what I'd like to do is increase their monthly pay by $200. So this year, it would be moved in the beginning of this fiscal year, starting in July. It would go from $400 to $600 a month. And the following 2 years after that, be split equally on 200. That would give us approximately $16,800 a year that we have to find. It will be recurring money, but we do currently, right now, have a contingency fund with $500,000 to about $600,000 in. I do not see the $16,800 actually hurting that contingency fund whatsoever. But I will speak for my own representative, and Miss Mary Lee Carter, and she works as hard at these applications that we do. Spend a lot of time sitting in the planning department, talking to everybody there, along with the developer and everything else. And when you think about the wear and tear and the fuel and everything else they travel on, I think this is fair. And I make a motion that we increase $200 a year for the next 3 years. And again, I will also make the motion that we can review it after next year too, to leave that open for review.
Is that the same motion?
Okay, the same motion will be to increase it $200 this year with a planned 200 phase-in for the next 3 years, but we will review it next year.
Okay. Comments?
Just point of order, that's $200 a month you're referring to, correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. That's yes, $200 a month, which comes to $480, $4,800 a year. So I multiplied that by 7. I've got the figures here. So it's $200 a month is correct. You're increasing it by 12 by 2 is $2,400.
Mr. Trampy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my only concern would be that $1,000 per month would bring them up to equal with the school board members. I do appreciate your offer to review it each year. I guess that would give us the option of maybe increasing the school board at some point to make sure that they stay a little bit ahead of planning commission members. So with that provision, I can support your resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Sabula?
Yeah, Mr. Skinner, I appreciate where you're going with this. I too believe that the Planning Commission does deserve some increase. However, I would like to offer a substitute motion to increase it $100 a meeting for a maximum of $200 per month. Which is an annual increase to $7,200. This does not conflict with any other boards or pays or anything else. I believe that's an adequate increase at this time, and I would not like to see this phased in. However, I would be willing to start this, say, at 1 January, the end of this year. So substitute motion would be to add an increase in pay of $100 per month, a maximum of $200 a month, for a annual maximum of $7,200.
Do you have any comments?
I do.
Mr. Skinner?
One thing on that, Mr. Sabula, and that is, I'd like to know why you want to wait until January when our fiscal year starts 1st July.
I'm sorry. I was thinking fiscal year, and I said January.
So
yes, I would.
The motion is to 1 July.
The 1 July, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ross?
Just have a couple comments. One is my appointee on the Planning Commission I consider a friend, and I feel a little awkward up here. I'd love to give him a raise. I'd love to give all the Planning Commission a raise. But I feel like I'm conflicted in that fact that he is a friend of mine, and I'm not sure that's my position to do. I realize it has to happen. I'm just voicing my own opinion here. Second of all, I think the timing of this couldn't be any worse. I mean, we're talking about taking money we still have yet in our discussion to go back and take money out of the budget reserve fund, and yet we're also talking about raises. So I can't support at this time. I mean, I actually, when I became a supervisor, didn't even know we got paid. I don't think my planning commissioner or planning knew he got paid. I didn't know my EDA guy got paid. I don't know if we're going to discuss that next or not, but that's why I can't support this at this time.
Mr. Benton?
I will echo the statements from Mr. Ross. We missed. I agree with some increase to their salary. I don't doubt they don't deserve it. I know with Howard Smith, who I appointed or asked to, and they accepted the appointment, he didn't even know they got paid. So he's not going to turn down additional monies. But again, I think it's important that we budget at the time, and we budgeted. Our budget's done with, supposed to be, and I would certainly consider it next year if Mr. Taylor wants to take a look at it then at the direction of the board. But with the budget done and not having the funds, and here we are having the discussions with our budget stability fund, I can't support it right now.
So I got a couple quick questions. Or my point is, I've heard no complaints from any of the Planning Commission members that they're underpaid. And my concern is that, again, a lot of times we look for a pay raise significant like this at 50, and this is almost a 250% pay raise over a couple of years, is that it's not a retention issue. We're not losing Planning Commission members because they're not being paid enough. Most of them are doing it out of the, civic duty and they enjoy it. And again, as it's been mentioned earlier, we just raised taxes this year. So the money that was supposed to be, the last thing we should be doing is raising the taxes on a citizen and giving county employees pay raises. It just is very frustrating sometimes when I see that. It feels like we have a new pot of money and we're just going to spread it out amongst everybody as opposed to, pay off debt or reduce the overall taxes. So I don't support this. Maybe it was a more reasonable increase, and I agree with Mr. Benton. Starting next year when it's actually budgeted into the budget, I might support a much smaller pay raise, but this I can't support. Anybody have comments?
Yes, sir. Thanks. Well, in defense of Mr. Skinner, he did bring this up at the budget time. It was proposed then, so I think it's quite unfair to say that this is something coming out of the blue. I don't support it, but, I also don't agree with, attacking him for something that he actually did do. The Planning Commission members and all of the rest of them do serve as we serve. And you don't do it for the money. You do it because it's your civic duty, or you feel as though you would like to, or you as in the Budget Review Committee, where they would like to get involved in a certain aspect of our government. There's a lot of nastiness that goes on out there. And I'll tell you, I was reading the comments that went along with this story of the Planning Commission and just things that were said about them. And, I think that type of stuff is just completely unnecessary, and especially when you're doing it for basically nothing. I don't support it, Mr. Skinner. I appreciate the where you're trying to go with it. What I would like to do is actually look at more of an overall view of other localities, what they pay their different commissions, and to get a better perspective of where we sit. As was mentioned, the school board and the pay that they get. All of this should be looked at. I would rather look at it as an entire package as opposed to individual pieces, because I don't think then it would be fair to other commissions or committees to raise one and ignore the other ones. But the other question that I had too was, can planning commissioners put in for reimbursements for mileage? And okay, so they can do all that. Okay, so I would
Don't.
But they don't. Okay. Well, I would encourage them, if they feel that it is necessary, and they can, as any other county employee, can put in for mileage when they use their personal vehicle or whatever to carry on the functions of their appointment, to do so. And then if it gets out of hand, then I think that it's appropriate for this board to take action and change our policy or look at our policy again. But at this point, I just can't do it. But I would encourage an overall look at everything, and from supervisors to school board to everybody, to just make sure that we are, not picking and choosing, but we get the big picture.
Any other comments? Mr. Benton?
I wasn't attacking Mr. Skinner, and I'm sorry if it came across that way. I know we talked about it during the budget. Well, no, I did. I'm not against the raise, but we just missed it in the budget. And that's what I'm just saying. We need to.
That's not true.
Well, that's just the way I saw it.
Any other comments?
Just to make clear, Mr. Sabula's motion is the
It's
one
a substitute
on
motion.
the table.
Right. So I was going to ask you to repeat that.
Which is for a smaller increase than.
Well, could you repeat your motion?
Yes, sir, thank you. My motion was to increase the pay by $100 a meeting, which they meet twice a month, for a maximum of $200 a month, and to make that effective 1 July. However, I really was not in. I'm not in total support of the overall increase for them, and my substitute motion was a compromise with Mr. Skinner on what he was asking for, which I just felt was a little bit too much. Having said all of that, I will withdraw my substitute motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Skinner.
You didn't hear me. I only asked for $100 a month.
However, you were asking for that as an increase each year for 3 years.
I said we would review it in the second year. I didn't ask for it to 3. I said it would be phased in over 3 years, but with a review after the first year.
Well, however, since I have withdrawn my motion, your motion is on the floor, so.
Well, let me
I just wanted to clarify that.
Could you
That's right.
restate your motion?
My motion is that we increase the salary of the Planning Commission. Each personnel receives $100 a month more for 12 months, okay? And I wanted to phase the full amount over a 3-year period. So next year, we'd add another $100, and the third year, we'd add $100. And yet, at the same time, in the second, if you wanted to review because of financial difficulties, we could review it and ask for approval again next year for it.
So I just want to clarify, because the original was $1,000 total. This adds up to $700.
That brings it up to $1,000.
No, what you just proposed would be $700 over 3 years. It would go from $400 current to $700, based on $100 per month each year.
Okay, so that would be $700. You're correct, Mr. Chairman. So, look.
Is that your
my motion, I'll try my best with the smaller amount, okay?
Yeah.
And
Okay,
you all
so
can
so
vote
the
on it.
motion on the
The
table.
motion is 100, now, let's just make it very simple. Let's make a $100 increase this year to starting 1 July fiscal year, $100 a month increase to the Planning Commission for 1 year. We'll review it next year if there's any more. Make it a single year.
Okay. Any comments? Okay, call a question.
Two yes with Mr. Yakubowski, Mr. Sabula, Mr. Ross, Mr. McLaughlin, and Mr. Benton voting no.
We'll go back to the next item.
They can go back to discussion of the budget stabilization reserve policy or to closed session.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Yakubowski?
are we moving, are we going back to the stabilization fund? Because I had raised my hand before we went to a break at that time.
Yes. Well, that's the question. Do you want to go, are we going there now or closed session?
I would say go there now, but.
Okay. Go on to the budget stability review discussion. And
Thank
Mr. Yakubowski had the question.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just really to recap, the purpose of the fund reserve versus the budget stabilization fund. The policies that we have implemented increase the fund reserve, and it also walls it off even more. The budget stabilization fund allows that money to be used when projections don't hit. So it is kind of a backup for if we have a slowdown or if revenue is not as high as we think it might be. So I support it. But again, I don't think that we should do it all at once. My proposal, and I'll make this into the form of a motion, is to keep the budget stabilization fund. We will fund it over 5 years at 0.25% per year to get us to the 1.25%. And it will be capped at $5 million. $1 million will go into it now. There's currently 5. I think it's 4.9 if I'm correct. Mr. Taylor, is it 5? We'll say 5. 5. 1 million goes into the stabilization fund now. 2.1 million goes to the schools. And then 1.8 million will go into the OPEB reserve that the schools have set up and the county has yet to even deal with. And that's the other post-employment benefits, and we heard from VACO and NACO about the trust that they have set up for that. We've heard about that in past discussions, that we are at some point going to need to do that. That is a way to take that 1.7 that is left over and put it into a very necessary account that the county at some point in the future will need. So that's my form of that's in a motion.
We have any comments? Okay. Call the question.
Four yes, with Mr. Ross, Mr. McLaughlin, and Mr. Benton voting no.
Going to close door?
We're going to do
Mr.
closed.
Chairman?
Yeah. Mr.
I'd like to clarify, make sure that we understand the 2.1 that we're sending to school is one-time funding. Okay? That's what we expect them to use it on. Thank you very much.
Going to do board reports before closed meeting.
That's fine. Mr. Skinner? Board reports. Mr. Benton?
Just want to make sure, I guess, next time around, we're going to have something for our agenda, the Virginia Sheriff's Association presentation, and some discussion on the pay study and workforce study.
Right. The Sheriff's Association rep, I think, is scheduled to be here next meeting.
I just want to make sure that those were going to be on the agenda. That's it. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trampy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The May 18th Planning Commission agenda includes a rezoning to allow for Chancellor Self-Storage to build a storage facility off of Route 3 and Gordon Road. The applicant is concerned about missing most of the construction season, although with the rain, I don't think they've missed much yet. But I have two motions, and I want to ask the parliamentarian a question. I'd like the board to waive the 20-day policy between Planning Commission and our own hearing so that we can schedule a public hearing for Chancellor Self-Storage on May 24th. And I'd also like the board to waive the bylaw regarding the 7-day advance notice only with regard to information coming out of the Planning Commission hearing. Everything else would be in the board's packet when it first appears, but the Planning Commission meeting won't have happened yet. So I would need the board to waive that. Now, I understand to waive our bylaws requires 2/3 vote, but does waiving the 25-day policy between the Planning Commission and our own hearing? Okay. In that case, I would want to make the two resolutions separate. So I'll first move that we waive the 25-day policy with regard to R15-0009 for Chancellor Self-Storage. And let me just comment that that policy is in place, I think, when we get a rezoning with, 1,000 homes, we need 25 days to study this and look at it. But we're talking about one business, one self-storage facility. So I'm hoping the board members will allow me to do this. So that's my motion. That's
Any
my
comments?
first motion.
Mr. Yakubowski?
I have a question. Why is it needing to be waived?
If we keep the 25 days in place, we wouldn't be able to have the public hearing until the end of June, and they're worried about not being able to get it built before winter hits.
Now, a follow-up to that, is this something that the county did, or did they just apply too late with the timing? I mean, has the county dragged their, I'm wondering why this one and not other ones.
My understanding is they had problems with their engineer and didn't get all their ducks in a row as quickly as they had hoped.
Okay, Mr. Trampy, I will support it, but that obviously doesn't mean that the rezoning will be a yes vote.
Of course.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, call the question.
Seven, yes.
And then my second motion is just to waive our bylaws with regard to the 7-day notice, only in regard to the information coming out of the Planning Commission hearing.
Any comments? Call the question.
Seven, yes.
Mr. Ross?
I have two things. For our personal property tax bill, the local license fees, I'm interested to know what that adds up to on an annual basis. And I know Bonnie's gone, so I don't need that tonight. I'm also very concerned about other counties using our landfills, and I'd like to know why we went away. So I have 3 vehicles. They're all really old, but I'm paying $75. If we could get the decals back, what the disadvantages of those are, that if we had the decals, then at our landfills, we could at least check and make sure that Spotsylvania residents are indeed the ones that are using them, because I think Stafford has a dumping fee. So of course, if you live in Stafford and you have to pay to dump by coming to our landfill, or the city who uses Stafford's, that you would be using ours. So if I could get something back in 2 weeks on what the cons would be to us issuing decals with our personal property tax bill when we have to pay the $25 per vehicle to do so. That's all I have.
Mr. Spooler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all got a copy of the report from VDOT, but I just wanted to comment on one of the items, and that is the completion date for the work that's being done at Route 1 and Mud Tavern Road was set very specifically for 2 June. So the work should be complete there. I'm very pleased to report that. If VDOT has told me a story, well, shame on them. But that road is supposed to be all completed, lights, lines, the whole 9 yards on 2 June. Thank you.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Thank you. A couple things for the county administrator. Our board retreat items, just to update via email is fine on when we're going to start doing those. Our regional elected official dinner with agenda, any updates on that? And then I know that we are going to discuss our bylaws. We were given a redlined edition of that. And I was curious when we're going to be seeing that on the agenda. And for my fellow board members, one of the ones that I will be asking to go away is the 9-day rule before an item can be put on the agenda. 9 days before a Tuesday meeting is Sunday, which doesn't make any sense. 8 days would make more sense. If not, you should just have an 11-day rule because of the weekend. So I think we should revise that down. But if we can get that out via email, appreciate it. Thank you.
And board has no comments. Can you read us into closed session?
This will be your closed meeting resolution. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the county, specifically the position of county attorney and the evaluation of the interim county attorney and the county administrator. And whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or for the disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the public body, specifically acquisition of property in the Berkeley District, in consultation with legal counsel regarding said acquisition. And whereas pursuant to Virginia Code 2.23711A 1, 3, and 7, such discussions may occur in closed meeting. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors does hereby authorize discussion of the aforestated matters.
Call the question.
Seven yes.
Resolution. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.23712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors hereby returns to open meeting and certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion to convene into closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
Mr. Benton?
Aye.
Mr. Trampy?
Aye.
Mr. Ross?
Aye.
Mr. Sabula?
Aye.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Quick.
Oh, okay. Let's pull that motion back.
Yeah, part way.
I'm handing out for the county attorney report section a timeline that Wanda and I prepared for consideration of the changes to the comp plan and the code in reaction to the new proffer law. And this starts back on May 3rd. The process is already ongoing. And there are 2 meetings that will be left, so it's not like you're going to come down to 1 meeting and have to vote. There's an opportunity for 2 separate meetings before July 1st to consider the changes. Also a date that's not on here, coming up on the 24th. If we have the proposed changes at a stage where we can share them with you, it's our intent, and per Mark's recommendation, to put some time on the agenda to at least brief you on those on the 24th. But that depends on, like I said, the stage that the proposed changes are in along these timelines. So I just wanted to make sure that you had this information. Let me know if you have any questions, and that's it.
Mr. Chairman, before we adjourn, I just did want to mention that tomorrow is the last day for nominations for the Spotswood Award, acknowledging exemplary service or contribution, good deeds to the community by our citizens. Also, I've passed out for you information on a pilot undertaking from Economic Development. Sophia Yablonsky, whose name I've probably just butchered, has worked very hard to pull up best practices, learn from other localities, and put together a pilot program for business visitation, for data gathering and retention. And finally, you got, by electronic communication this week, most recent inspection report from the Commonwealth of Virginia regarding the animal shelter. The good news in that is that this report notes only those same deficiencies previously noted with the physical structure. Those will be addressed by the $3.5 million project that is in the CIP and is headed toward undertaking this summer. That's all I have. Thanks.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Call the question.